Greetings, 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 greetings. It is I, your king, King Clifford Jefferson, ascendant of Godfrey, the fifth kind of band Jew, son of folk, ruler of Jerusalem. I'm the reincarnation of King Edgar the Peaceful, which we here at the Third Temple English Church know as Jesus Christ. I'm here on 12/29/2023, which in the Bible year is 2973, with another marvelous lecture for my subjects, my heirs, my successors, those who were promised this illustrious estate going back to time immemorial. Once again, I'm here with another marvelous lecture, succeeding those that were previously taught here on this channel or this platform. Once again, is to clear up some of the misperceptions or conceptions or perceptions of what's been perceived by those who claim to be your elders, your teachers, your guides, your informers, your resurrectors, your high ups, all those who claim to have an understanding of what it is that they were called to do in regards to this position or this office or this tenure in regards to being the leader for the people. All right. So, this platform or this school of thought or what we call our church is very important for our existence because we know that this was the estate that was promised, that was intel for all those who were heir to the kingdom of what we call the kingdom of England or the kingdom of Jerusalem, kingdom of Banjul, the kingdom of Albion. We go by so many names. But with that being said, we have a lot of students, a lot of initiates who are subject to the swindle that's being caused by their lack of perception. So it's my job as your king, to bring remedy to this lack of stewardship to what's been promised to those who are put in the positions to be the steward of such illustrious information going back to the ancient times. All right. So without further ado, I'm not going to hopefully not hold you long, but with all things, it must be done in a fashionate and a passionate time that you should be able to receive that which would prepare for you from time immemorial. And I can truly say that, as they say, in Revelation 1:14, in the beginning was the word was God, and the word was with God. And John 1:14 saying that, and the word became flesh and dwelt amongst men. I can truly say I fit that image, the image of Christ, he who was promised as being the Son of God. Here at the Third Temple English Church of England, we bring that abstract story to concrete because we understand that he was the one that was supposed to be the Redeemer, the Messiah, the informer, the anointed one, to be able to bring up and clear up this mess in regards to this estate, remove the cloudy title, because he said Jesus came in the clouds, all right, with this kingdom that was promised for all those who were heirs on land. So he was bringing something to you, all right, and this is what I'm going to do today. I'm going to bring that clarity about this promised inheritance going back to your perception that of what you read in your so-called Bible, and show you that that perception for what you read in your so-called Bible was promised not to all people, but a certain people, all right? A certain people that was a part of a certain family, all right? A certain family, not a family or an abstract family or a spook family that came from some spooky place, all right? We know that we make our transition here from that spooky place to this place of manifest, all right? Back to the spooky place as a result of our learning experience. Time never was when man was not, or the life of time when man began, the time will come when he would be no more. So the immortality is understanding yourself on a biological level, all right? It's called biological immortality. When you understand that what you're made of is cells not only keeps your vitality or your immortality available for you to be able to receive information from that cellular information in regards to you to exist here on this planet. All right? For the purpose and intent, whatever your ancestors deemed it to be. All right? So you can't say that you didn't know, because the tools given to you for you to know were the ability to be able to regenerate, or what they call RNA, which are being able to replicate yourself, or what they call morph yourself back into what they call the true self, or the true image of who you existed from, which is your mental capacity. Because what the mind say, the body does. All right. The mind is the true you, the mental, the spiritual, the etheric self that can only comprehend things based off the faculties that you were given here, based off the process of transduction. All right. Through your somatic nervous system, which is your perception through your five senses, which your eyes are one of them, or which is your main vehicle for being able to perceive what you see here on the things of physical. This is what the Israelites were told about in what we call the Zohar. The Zohar deals with the study of you and being part of God's creation. And we know God's creation is dealing with our existence here, uh, being here, um, on not on this plane we exist here as we see now in the physical. So you have to go into ourself and being, or dealing with the extraterrestrial aspect of ourselves. All right. The extraterrestrial part that didn't take place here on this planet. All right. That comes in time, but you can't get there without understanding why you're here. All right. Because you were put here for a purpose. All right. You were put for a purpose to be here, just like every other entity on this planet, i.e., organism. All right. It has the same cellular structure for its biological immortality, to be able to learn and develop and do what it is to sustain itself here on this plane for its life form. All right. Yes, all life form has organisms. All organisms have cells, and all cells have information for it to be able to unfold. All right. It's called multicellular unit. All right. When you get into unicellular, meaning one cellular, means that it can't progenerate. All right. It can't uh what they call unfold. All right. What they call uh create offspring. All right. Descendancy. All right. That's the purpose of your name. All right. Your name to note so your descent, your your uh your your origin. All right. If you understand taxonomy, it would tell you that. All right. We are here just like every life form that has a family, and the family is based off our genetic makeup, i.e., genes. All right. And we know that our genes didn't start here on the physical plane. It exists on the extraterrestrial plane. All right. You go into what we call the procreocyte, contrast to the eukaryocyte. And I talked about that on previous lectures. So if you want to know about that, then you need to go back to those lectures. But for the sake of time, I'm going to move forward. This is going to pretty much go into the information dealing about why we got these names, who gave us these names, on a concrete understanding, because as well as uh, the misunderstanding about those who talk about the name associated with this deity or this entity that they call God. All right. So this is to clear up that perception and to show you that those who wrote this book understood the importance of a name and associating with God. And we know that God is associated with God's church. All right. We know God's church is associated with God's property, and God's property is associated with God's land. All right. But we're not dealing with any what we call what's the term? Uh an immovable property, all right? What they call shadow property, all right? We're not dealing with any movable property. We talk about, and we're not dealing with any what we call real estate, all right? Real estate dealing with housing, buildings, warehouses, things of that nature. We're dealing with land. We're only going to talk about land, and we know land in reference to it being a lodio, meaning all land. All right, lodio land is all land. Is left for the benefit for God's people. All right. You know what I'm saying? You have two types of land: God's land here in the physical, or God land in the abstract. All right. Once again, God land in the physical or God's land in the abstract. When you're dealing with God's land in the physical, and we know God governs all land, that was what we call elodial land. When you're dealing with God land in the abstract, in the concrete parts of, when you're dealing with land in the physical, but in regards to parcel or what we call estates uh, that are owned, like with the parcel estates and things of that nature. All right. On an abstract level, you're dealing with what we call deeds. All right, certificate of deeds. You got a certificate of a title and a certificate of deed. We know that Christ had the certificate of title. All right. We know that certificate of title goes back to the original grantor of the land. And we talk about all land. We can talk about all land, but for the sake of time, we're only going to talk about the land relative to the inhabitants who were the heirs. It's very important. All right. Because if you're not an heir, then that means that the land don't belong to you, and then that can only denote to you going in by way of what we call conquest. All right. That's something like what we call the chessboard. Pretty much what the chessboard is pretty much made up because it's based upon what we call land ownership and land invasion. All right. Based off the heirs and those who are colonists or those who are invaders or those who what we call foreigners or what they call aliens. All right. We know those who are aliens don't have any inalienable rights on that land, which they call that checkerboard. All right. We know that the checkerboard represents the allodial land. We know that the checkerboard is made up of what we call parcels of land, what we call parcel estates. All right. And the parcel estate is owned by who? The king. All right. The parcels estate are owned by the king. All right. The king gives what they call fiefaments, which are deeds, or what they call interest in the states, or what they call real estate, or estates and land. All right. Very important. All right. And majority of the time is given to family. All right. When it's given to family, then that's what we call intel estate, meaning that it can't be sold. God's land in the concrete cannot be sold. All right. If it can't be sold, that means it's intel, which means that it's left for heirs of the body. Heirs of the body. Everybody let that concept dwell in right quick. If it's not left for heirs of the body, then it's left for anybody, and that's what we call being simple. Being simple is, or fees are feasible, or life estates are deeds that are done by way of what we call conveyance, right? But a conveyance of land is only a transfer of a land by way of the abstract understanding of a clip of a title. All right, you don't actually have a title. It's just as a result of the real property being transferred to you by way of what we call a deed. That denotes to what we call a title, but it's not a defeasible title in regards to what we call a chain of title. All right, because the deed was drawn by what we call an attorney. All right, so that's not a land registration. That's a deed registration that's filed in what you call county clerk's office. All right, that's what you all have in your possession. Contrast to a title. All right, a title to the land has to be done by what we call Torrens land title. And Lord Torrens land title goes back to the original grantor of the land called chain of title. All right. And the chain of title originated from the crown. We know the crown is represented by the monarch who sits on the throne of the crown, right? And by way of the sitting on the throne of the crown, that means he personifies the crown because all property remains in the church. It's called church property. Look up the word or the term statute of mortmain, which means dead pledge. We're going to talk about all that today. All right. All land belongs to the church. All right. Contrast to what we call assess to quet. All right. Your perception about a trust is totally wrong. All right. It's totally wrong. We're going to prove it today. Without further ado, I'm going to let those who claim they have an understanding about the purpose of the inheritance has to do with a lot of the name. This is the purpose of why Jesus was sent, because he was the primogeniture heir of God's claim on this land that we call earth. All right? That we call earth. It's told in all ancient stories of all nations, of all countries of this world, about some inheritance of a person who was to incarnate on this physical form and bring remedy to their people, as we see in the book of Jeremiah, and we see it in the book of Isaiah, which were the two prophets that spoke to the Israelites or the Hebrews in regards to their promise that was foretold in the books written by Scottish kings who came to be the children of Israel. All right, so you got a hell of a line to stand in regards to this claim of you being the children of Israel. All right, and I'm gonna show you a lot of people claim to be the children of Israel. All right, but I'm here to tell you that's not you. It's us. Yes, the English heirs and successors. We are the descendants of the 12 tribes of Israel. All right, scattered amongst themselves, not knowing themselves. All right, now you are being called home into your father's house by name. Okay, by name. So without further ado, let's get started. I think I talked enough. I'm sorry. I promise I'll try not to hold you long. Here you have Elder Sarnetta, Elder Yaron Ben Nazar, Saint Reginald Clark Moore, whoever that is, Nepal Shada, Brother Garfield, let's see, Brother Garfield, and three other ones. I don't know who that is. Pardon, so.
Judaism. Secondary is the mystery religions, which I actually agree with. I don't agree with what Karen.
Okay,
the 1611 King James Bible that they.
All right, talking about King James. All right, very, very, very important. This was a Scottish king. All right, and this person actually physically lived. All right, physically lived. All right, we got presumptive evidence as a result of the literature he wrote. Uh, uh, we're not talking about if what he wrote is valid or not. We're just talking about we got the evidence of what he wrote that's here. That's evident. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's true or not, it's a whole nother story. All right. And that's based off for the people to decide. All right. That's based off for the people to decide. He got 186,000 subscribers. He got all these people on the screen claiming to be scholars of what it is that they're talking about. And the topic happens to be names. Yes, names. None of these people are going by the names they were born with, given to them by their mother or father. All right? Very important. Just play a little bit of the clip and we can move forward.
Read, you're going to see in Psalm chapter chapter 68, verse 4, you're going to see either the word Y-A-H, which is Yah, and I think the Greek writing of it is J-A-H, which is Jah. And who named it? Who named it? Based on the Phoenician definition, the Phoenicians came up with that. To me, who gave God his name? The Phoenicians gave the sun that name. I rest my case. Man named God. Why did God gotta wait till man come for man to name him and give him a name? Sonetta, your understanding of God, man, once again, is based on. What I'm trying to show you is how powerful can God be when he got to get his name from a man? Bro, the universe is not going to name itself. The universe don't have a... Stop for a minute. How powerful? God don't supposed to have no goddamn limitations. Number one. So how powerful can God be when God itself got to get his name from a man? And then, guess what? Man gives it the definition, not God. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, brother. All right, so once again, Sonetta, I always have to reaffirm my position when I come on here. Bro, I don't understand the Bible from a white supremacist construct. I understand it from the construct of the Phoenicians. And based on what the Phoenicians are saying, God is not the almighty creator of all things. I know that's what the Hebrew Israelites and all these religious people tell you, but that's not who God is. God is judges and magistrates of the very first civilization that our ancestors created. And the universe is the most high. The universe is not going to name itself because it don't have a voice box. The only people that's going to name the universe are the people that came from it, the children of the sun. Now, the Bible is what people associate with Christianity. So for Garfield to be out here talking about Christianity was not crafted out of Kemet, he don't know what he's talking about. Because the very Bible that they reading out of, even in Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 26 through 28, it talks about a man of amber sitting on a throne of sapphire. Come on, man. There is no man of amber that sits on the throne of sapphire. He's referring to the sun. Psalm 68 and 4, where it says, sing praises to his name, which is Yah, he who rides on the clouds. There is no man of amber, which is the yellow, sitting on a throne of sapphire, which is the color of clear blue, riding on the clouds. The only thing that does that is the sun. And the Bible's telling you it's taking place right there in between Africa and the Middle East. So yes, all of this Christianity stuff, it was crafted out of Kemet. The problem that y'all don't know of is what 2 Peter was talking about. 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 1. Right. But there were also false prophets among the people. Just there will be false teachers among you, like Richard Carrier. They will secretly introduce.
All right, so we heard his aspect on it. All right, and we know that Sonetta is the Don King of Sonetta's production. All right, he's the Sonetta's Don King of his productions, and everybody on here claim that they understand what it is they're talking about. Sonetta brought up, where did God get the name? All right, so the question is about, where did the name come from? All right, where did the name come from? Let's get another aspect on that.
Shalom, more praises to Yahweh, Bashem Mashiach, Yahweh Shah. This is Teller Nicholas with the Noble House of Saint Nicholas. Today, I want to get into how our forefathers' names was created and given to them by the Most High Yahweh. And I want to refute the lies that our surnames is slave names. No, they are not slave names. Our names is created by our forefathers, and our forefathers got our names by the Most High. This is Isaiah 45:4. Jacob, my servant's sake, and Israel, my elect. I have called thee by thy name. I have served thee, though thou has not known. All right, so the Most High.
Okay. So we see here in Isaiah 45:5. It says that for the Jacob my servant's sake and Israel my elect, I even called thee by thy name. I have surnamed thee. Thou hast not known me, but thou hast not known me. All right. So in the Hebrew Bible, the King James Bible, the monarch of Scotland who was sitting on the English throne, the same stone that they were talking about in the abstract, stone of sapphire blue, and whatever he was saying about the Son of Man is all making reference to an abstract, a reference to the a throne and the Son of God sitting on the throne or Jesus sitting on the throne. But no one's making the connection. All right. This gentleman here is talking about the surname that we were all that it's associated with all Hebrew Israelites who were descendants of Jacob, who was Israel, the son of Abraham, the son of Isaac, who are descendants of what we call Shem. All right. Everybody's trying to make this connection to the Hebrew Israelites. All right. But no one's making the connection based off the surname connection to those because he's not an Englishman or a Scottish man. He's saying he's connected to St. Nicholas. And he don't even know who St. Nicholas is. Let's go.
As our servants, right? Went into captivity, got our names stolen and our heritage stolen by the wild man Caucasian, right? Now this is Luke 10 and 20, and it reads, notwithstanding in this, rejoice not that the spirits are subject unto you, but rather rejoice because your names are written in heaven. All right, so our names been written in heaven. Our names been written in the history of archives of time. All right, these are our surnames. We're going to unify ourselves with our surnames because now we know we created our surnames. Our God, Yahweh, gave us our names. All right. It's Isaiah 66 and 22, and it reads, "For as the new heavens and the new earth, which I will make, shall remain before you, saith the Lord Yahweh, so shall your seed in your name remain." All right, so these names ain't going nowhere. You changing your name to Shagabal or what have you, it doesn't make a difference because your name was given to you by your forefathers and it's already documented. It's already written in the Lamb's book. All right.
Okay. So like Sonetta was saying, that who named God and how did you get this name? Because you talking about surname, all right? You're talking about surname. So it would be foolish to keep associating or asking questions about how you get this surname with an immortal God. Because immortal things or spooks don't have surnames, all right? But yet they keep having arguments about a spook god having a surname and who he gets his surname from, instead of just realizing that they're not talking about that time and era associating with whatever created this planet and Earth. All right, because it goes way further than the manifestation of how we perceive ourselves here on the physical plane. Because this Earth has what we call biological immortality. All right, it has the ability to regenerate. That's what it's doing now. It's more metamorphosizing. We are metamorphosizing with the earth as well. We are moving from three-dimensional to fourth-dimensional on a biological level. You must understand the biological metamorphosis that's taking change, moving from fourth dimension from three-dimensional under the same time continuum from past, present, which we are now, into the future. All right? From the past, present, into the future. All right? From three-dimensional to fourth-dimensional. All right? We understand those who came up with the theory of special theory of relativity and general theory of relativity are those who were educated in the universities going back to time immemorial. That was in the time what we call the Middle Ages. So the Middle Ages were not so dumb as you think they were. All right? It wasn't all about horse buggies walking around, people living like peasants and things of that nature as they perceive it to be. Because if that's the case, then that would be the same condition that we find those in the biblical days. Has nothing changed from the time of creation and the people of creation to the time of the Middle Ages, unless somebody's lying. All right? Unless somebody's lying. So we have surnames or names that were inheritable based off the status of a classification of the family. We had a whole bunch of families here on this planet, not just in the human Homo sapien rim, but all the other rims as well. All right? Let's move forward.
So I'm edifying Israel to let y'all know who y'all are. Yes, we are kings and queens, but not from Africa. We are the kings and queens of Europe. Alright? Now, what's your ancestral and your coat of arm history? What does that mean? Alright, who are you? Now I'm gonna go to, according to the usual description of the law of arms, coat of arms, armoral badges, flags, and standards, and other similar emblems of honor may only be worn by virtue of ancestral rights or of a grant made to the user under due authority. All right, so we were the one.
All right, you said ancestral right or a grant. Ancestral right is not a grant. All right, totally different. It's something that's inheritable is descendable. Something that's grant is subject to encumbrances. All right, and we know in this case we're talking about land. That's the first right that one has. Because if you ain't on land, then the only place you could be here on is water, and the only place that supersede those two is the air. All right, and we have yet to meet that standard. All right, based off our perception. All right, here on the physical plane, we know the mind can measure up to that. All right, the mind can measure it. The mind can go through time and space. All right, from past, present, and to the future. Mind can go there. All right, everything is based off your perception, what you perceive them to be from past, present, to future. All right, you can live out your future in the same three-dimensional world. That don't mean that the future in the same three-dimensional world ain't gonna change. That means that you subject to time. Time never was when man was not. It's a life of time when man began, the time when man will be no more. So what is man? Man is spirit made flesh. All right? Man is spirit made flesh. So man is spirit made flesh is mental man. Mental man is man by way of thought. All right, so thought can travel through time and space. All right, space and time is subject to what we call general theory of relativity. All right, singularity theory, or what we call space-time theory. All right, that's Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity. All right, or three-dimension. All right, contrast to or as opposed to what we call special theory of relativity, where the body can't go. The body can't go into the past or the future. It's only subject to the present. All right? So through autobiological memory, or what we call engrams, through what we call daydreaming, all right, we're able to go to the past. All right? And we can take our mind with it. The body can't go. And we don't have to do it while we sleeping, because you have no control of your mental thoughts while you sleeping. You do while you daytime dreaming, because that's autobiological memory, and autobiological memory is based on what we call autoscopy. All right, look those terms up: autobiological memory, autoscopy, and what we call autobiological memory, autoscopy, and OBE. Yeah, out of body experience. Autoscopy into something else. I forgot what it was. All right, let's move forward.
That was being honored by virtue of ancestral rights. And we granted the user and the Edomites, the Caucasian, due authority under our names. And when we went into captivity, they took it and they ran with it, all right? Ancestral rights means descent in the male line from ancestors who lawfully bore arms. Authority has since late medieval times been the crown of the state, all right?
Stop. This is where all those who claim to be heirs of God are wrong. All right? From time immemorial to this present day, this misperception is where you're gonna lose your right to your inheritance. This perception right here, as a result of your pride. All right? Not wanting to admit that you're wrong. Or just basically because you're not the one to bring this information. All right? You keep trying to associate yourself with God in the abstract when God created you in his image and in his likeness. All right? It says in the beginning was the word was God, and the word became flesh and dwelt amongst men. All right? So you have to show in the words of God and the spirit of the word of God that you are associated with the word of God that's associated with the spirit of God. All right, hold that thought.
Oh, you got class?
Yes, sir.
Oh, all right. I posted your video that you sent me on my page.
Oh, no, you didn't. We'll talk about that.
All right. I said my new artist. Which like if you like my new artist.
All right, Noble.
All right, do your class.
All right.
Hey, yo, send me that lesson.
Okay.
I got the link. You about to go on now?
I'm on now.
All right, I'm about to log on.
All right. That's my brother. All right. Ancestral rights means descent in the male line from ancestors who lawfully bore arms. Due authority has since late medieval times been the crown or the state. So he's associating now this brother has been watching my channel. You can ask my Archbishop, I think, Third Temple English Church. This guy has been reaching out to us, all right, in regards to information, and he's been told that this does not belong to the Hebrew Israelites. It does not belong to the Moors. It does not belong to those who call themselves the 12 tribes or any other group for that matter. All right? Because without a past, you have no future. Without a past, you have no future. Which is a reason why we're in the present, and the condition the present we're in is why it is. Is why it is. It's because the past. The present is never going to get no better as a result of you not knowing the past to have a future, for that matter. It's never going to work that way. You're going to always have checkmate. Always. You'll never have a peaceful kingdom. You'll never have it without a king. The office must remain, whether it's de jure or de facto. You have to have a king. It says the crown or the state. They ain't talking about no abstract crown or the state. They're talking about an office. So in this sense, you're either talking about a president or you're talking about a king. All right? And in this case, they're talking about heirs. We know that under the Naturalization Act of the United States of 1790, it has nothing to do with ancestry or heirship, genetics, ethnicity. It's all based off the color of skin. All right? Contrast to the crown, which represents king of parliament, which has to deal with the king and his council. All right? Which, of course, came from the family. Let's move forward.
So, when we was ruling during the Dark Ages, we were royal families, and we had the wild man Caucasian Edomites, but the was as servants.
Okay, Dark Ages. So he bypassed BC. All right, he didn't even talk about that. This Hebrew Israelite is in the Dark Ages. All right, he's in the Dark Ages, trying to associate the Hebrew Israelites with the Dark Ages. All right, with the crown. The state ain't in existence at that particular time. If you use the state at that time, then it would be associated, it would be termed an adjective describing something at that time. All right, because the state didn't come into existence to the Articles of Confederation came to a unification. All right, I'm going to prove it.
All right, and we went into captivity. They stole our lands, put us into captivity, stole our names, whitewashed our history.
Okay, he said, put us in slavery, stole our names, stole our land, and put us in captivity. So he's talking about slavery, death, right? And prescription of sovereignty. All right? Slavery, theft, and prescription of sovereignty. All right? They stole your inheritance from the time going back to the history of the crown and to the present, which we call the state government. All right? But you have yet to see that articulated on the Sinetta TV or this individual. All right? That's a problem. Because as I always say, it's better for you to not know this than to know this and not follow it. Because I just made an example of those who claim to follow this, but not. Why? Let's continue.
Claiming my descent. My name is Cyrus, and I'm a Hebrew Israelite tribe of Israel. My forefather is Saint Nicholas. Saint Nicholas. So I hope all my Israelites throughout the Americas, Caribbean islands, Europe, to your dark age history, your surname history, find your forefathers, right? Because our names is written in heaven. These are our names, right? So we're going to go through all the lies that the Caucasian Edomite wild men spread. But in fact, it's true. Yeah, our heritage back, right? Just telling Nicholas we go to house of Saint Shalom.
Okay. So we see here that he's a descendant of Saint Nicholas. All right, that's what he said. He said he's a descendant of Saint Nicholas. All right. He said that he still claimed to be a Hebrew Israelite. He said that we were enslaved. They stole our names. They took our land. That's been the issue since forever. That's been the issue since forever. All right. No one has an excuse for what's been going on. This guy mentioned Isaiah 45:4. All right? Isaiah 45:4. Old Testament. Written by King James, the 6th of Scotland, and the first king of England to have the name James. He was never a king of England, for that matter. All right? He came to his incumbency in 1603 through the Union of the Crowns. All right? Which resulted in the Parliament of 1707 with England, Ireland, and Scotland, which brought about the English Civil War. All right? You'll never get a understanding if you don't know that. And I'm pretty sure he does not. So it's only just that I give you the proper understanding and the proper perception so that you can make an intelligent decision of who you want to give a title as a leader, a scholar, a reformer, hell, even a child of God, for that matter. Because you all are not children of God. Because God has a surname. All right? God has a surname, and we're not talking about the God who created this planet. We are not Earth, and Earth is not us. Earth don't have eyes, Earth don't eat, Earth don't talk in the manner in which we do. But it has a way of communicating with itself, just like every other entity on this planet. All right? How come they are the first to know what's going on when something's destructive or something's of grave, of concern is about to happen on this planet? How they are always the first to know? Because they are in communication with the all. All right? We must be in communication with those who we descend down from the past, so that our present will be preserved, that we will be ready for the future when things get to a point where we will no longer be able to maintain as a result of our ignorance. That's why we're losing everything. All right, but not at my watch. All right, not on my watch. So without further ado, let's get to it. Isaiah 45:4. For Jacob, my servant's sake, and Israel, mine elect, I have even called thee by thy name. I have surnamed thee, though thou hast not known me. He said, I have surnamed thee, though thou have not known me. So this is God talking to his descendants. This is not God or the entity that created the heaven and the earth. You must understand that. I will give thee the treasures of darkness. Part 7. Let me go back. I am the Lord, and there is none else. There is no God beside me. I gird thee, though thou hast not known me, that they may know from the rising of the sun and from the west that there is none beside me. I am the Lord, and there is none else. All right? So that means he's on earth. This Lord is on earth talking about his heirs and descendants and about their descent name. All right? Distinct from everybody else that's on the earth. Surname, key. Jeremiah 6:16. Thus says the Lord, stand ye in the way and see, and ask for the old path. Where is the good way? And walk therein, and ye shall find rest for your soul. But they said, we will not walk therein. We will not walk therein. It says, stand in the way of the old path. This is the old path, the historical path of the old ways, which we call time immemorial. All right? Let's go back once again to Isaiah, because this was a warning from the Lord to the oracles of Cyprus. To the oracles of Cyprus. Let's read this throughout. Thus says the Lord, his anointed to Cyrus, whose right hand I have holden, to subdue the nations before him. I will loose to the loins of kings, to open before him to leaving gates, until the gates shall not be shut. So this is Cyrus, a Persian king. According to the Bible, this is the Persian kings acting on behalf of the Hebrew Israelites. I will go before thee and make the crooked places straight. I will break in pieces the gates of brass and cut in sunder the bars of iron. All right. So we're not only talking about those heirs back then from time immemorial, we're talking about those who claim to be heirs now and those who were subject to this king. Corruptness of kings. All right. They didn't say presidents, it said kings. All right. I will go before thee and make the crooked places straight. I will break in pieces the gates of brass and cut in sunder the bars of iron. I will give thee the treasures of the darkness and hidden riches of secret places, that thou mayest know that I am Lord, which called thee thy name and thy God of Israel. All right? So somebody's going to prepare the way for those who are descendants of those who are descendants of what we call Jacob. And we know Jacob name was Jacob name was changed to Israel when he wrestled with the angel. We know the word angel, and English are one and the same. If you watch my previous lectures, all right, from the land of angels, all right. For Jacob, my servant, and Israel, my elect, I have given thee. Where was I at? And I will give thee the treasures of darkness and the hidden riches of secret places, that thou may knoweth that I, the Lord, which called thee by thy name, am thy God of Israel. For Jacob my servant, sake, and Israel my elect, I have even called thee by thy name. I have surnamed thee, though thou have not known me. So this is the biblical reference written by King James, right? A book written by King James, written from the King James Version, in reference to something that took place in 587 BC, with Cyrus the Great, acting on behalf of Jacob and Israel, God's elect. Straighten the paths, clearing the paths, all right? Break it down, iron gates and bars, etc., from time immemorial to this present day. If you are the chosen, we know going back to Jeremiah 6:16, we know that it's a new covenant with the children of Israel. The old covenant was broken, as you see what's going on in Israel today. That old covenant was broken. Let's read a little bit of Jeremiah from the beginning. O ye children of Benjamin, gather yourselves to flee out of the midst of Jerusalem, and blow the trumpets in Tekoa, and slept a sign of fire in Bethkatsarim. For evil appears out of the north in great destruction. I have likened the daughter of Zion to a comely and delicate woman. The shepherds with their flocks shall come unto her. They shall pitch their tents against her round about, and they shall feed everyone in his place. Prepare ye war against her. Arise and let us go up at noon. Woe unto us, for the day goeth away, for the shadows of the evenings are stretched out. Arise and let us go by night, and let us destroy her palaces. For thus hath the Lord of hosts said, Hire ye down trees and cast them out against Jerusalem. This is the city to be visited. She is holy oppression in the midst of her. As a fountain casteth out her waters, so she casteth out her wickedness. Violence and spoil is heard in her. Before me continually in grief and wounds. Be thou instructed, O Jerusalem. Let my soul depart from thee. Lest I make thee desolate, a land not inhabited. Thus says the Lord of hosts, Thou shalt thoroughly glean thy remedy of Israel as a vine. Turn back thine hand as a grape gatherer into the basket. To whom shall I speak and give warning, that they may hear? Behold, their ear is uncircumcised, and they cannot hearken. Behold, the word of the Lord is unto them a reproach. They have no delight in it. Therefore, Therefore, I am full of fury of the Lord. I am weary with holding in. I will pour it out upon the children abroad and upon the assembly of young men together. For even the husband with thy wife shall be taken, the age with him that is full of days, and their houses shall be turned unto others, with their fields and wives together. For I will stretch out my hands upon the inhabitants of the land, saith the Lord. For from the least of them, even unto the greatest of them, everyone is given a covetousness, and from the prophet even unto the priest, everyone dealeth falsely. They have healed also the hurt of the daughter of my people slightly, saying, Peace, peace, when there is no peace. Were they ashamed when they had committed abomination? They were not all ashamed, neither could they blush. Therefore they shall fall among them that fall. At the time that I visit them, they shall be cast down, says the Lord. Thus says oneself, my mouth's got a mind of his own. Thus says the Lord, stand ye in the ways, and see and ask for the old paths, where it is good way, and walk therein, and you shall find rest for your souls. But they said, we will not walk therein. We will not walk therein. All right, so when you're dealing with Jerusalem and the children of Jerusalem, those who call Hebrew, all right, we must we must track Hebrew from this present time back to time and era and what we call or deem history. That's going back to what we call the times of the Crusades. All right, going back to the time of Crusades. We already done that in the previous channel, so I'm not going to do that. But we know Cyrus was the one who spoke on behalf of the Hebrew Israelites. Very important. Why do I say that? Because Cyrus the Great was a representation of what this government was founded on. All right? It was a representation of what this government was founded on. All right? A lot of people don't know that. The founding fathers patented the United States government off the history of what we call Cyrus the Great. Let's get the proof. First, let's see what Cyrus the Great means. Hold on, I missed something. The gentleman said he was the descendant of St. Nicholas. St. Nicholas. Be careful what you say out of your mouth. St. Nicholas. All right. because you look like them. That's why you chose the patron saint. We know the patron saints and all the saints they declared to be patron, no matter what religious society you came from, that was created through Pope Boniface the 13th, all right, which backdated all the saints going back to St. Peter, all right. They're all associated with Constantinople, the Nicene Creed, all right, the spreading of Christianity, all right, which happened to be on the European continent, all right. It wasn't common in Great Britain or when it was called the British Isles. We got that confirmed by Ethelbert of Kent, all right. It was only brought and spread as a result of his wife, Bertha, who was descendant of the Merovingians, who never claimed to be descendant of God, if you watch my previous lectures. But it says, Saint Nicholas, also known as Nicholas of Bari, was an early Christian bishop of Greek descent. So he was a Greek, all right? So are you saying you're a Greek, brother? From the maritime city of Myria in Asia Minor during the time of the Roman Empire, all right? Of the Roman Empire. Because of the many miracles attributed to his intercession, he is also known as Nicholas of the Wonder Work. All right, so he dealt with sorcery. Saint Nicholas is the patron saint of sellers, merchants, artists, repentant thieves. You hear that? Children, brewers, pawnbrokers, unmarried people, and students in various cities and countries around Europe. He is a reputation evolved among the pious as was common for early Christian saints, and his legendary habits of secret gift giving gave rise to the traditional model of Santa Claus, Saint Nick through Santa Claus. Did you hear that? So be careful what comes out of your mouth, my brother. All right? You are who your forefathers were without doubt or contradiction. All right? It's better for you to not know this than to know this not follow it. All right? Because this is what you said you follow. This is where you said you descend down from. Because of this so-called surname, this is what you said. This is what you associate your surname with. All right? And you were just warned in Isaiah 45, what was it, 45:4. You were just warned in Isaiah 45:4. You were just warned. All right? So if this is who you descended down from, Stinker Claus, well, who is Stinker Claus? I'm not doing this to hurt you. I'm just doing this for you to understand that it's important to do your study. All right? This Santa Claus has a mitre on it. All right? Santa Claus or Saint Nicholas is a legendary figure based in Saint Nicholas, patron saint of children. Other Dutch names, so he origin goes to Dutch. Names for figures include Descent, the Saint, the Gode Saint, the Good Saint, and the Gold Hildeman, the Good Holy Man. All right? I can't stay on this too long. But take a couple look at the pictures. All right? Right here. Traditionally, he would also carry a bird rod, a chimney sweep broom made of willow branches used to spank children who had been naughty. You ever heard of chimney sweepers? Well, back in the times when our ancestors and do the industrial age, you can look up industrial chimney sweepers and you'll see us Asiatics children, all right, working as chimney sweepers, going from the roofs down, cleaning chimneys so that the chimneys can be get clogged or be clear from all the smoke and stuff that clog from the wood being burning from the burning that was done inside the house. All right, and it was a very dangerous job. All right, and some of the people are Asiatic. Majority of people are Asiatic. This was the job that they did. All right, this is also mentioned in what we call Dred Scott case. I'm gonna show you that as well. All right. Back in the days of William the Conqueror, the Norman Conquest, all this is mentioned in the Dred Scott case. All right. All of it. All right, let's see. It says, traditionally, will also carry a brisk rod, a chimney sweep broom made in willow branch used to spank children who have been naughty. Some of the older Stinker Claus songs made mention of naughty children being put in salty peat bags and being taken back to Spain. These parts of the legend refers to the time that the Moors raided the European coast and as far as Iceland to abduct the local people into slavery. Did you hear that? This quality can be found in other companions in St. Nicholas, such as Krampus and Pierre Fouettard. In modern versions of Santa Claus feast, however, Zwarte Piet no longer carries the role, and children are no longer told that they will be taken back to Spain and Zwarte Piet's back if they had been naughty. All right? So this is what's associated with this guy. Just look, brother. Look how many painted faces on this boat. But none of them are actually black people, for the lack of a better term. But look how many people, not under the identity of black, but based off the characteristics of black, but were not considered, and here in North America, which is this lesson is based off, were not included as citizens in North America at the time of the founding of this nation, whether they were called the United States under the Articles of Confederation or whether they were called the 13 colonies. All right. We were not considered citizens like them as a result of the identity they gave us, but yet as English, we have rights that supersede them as subjects of the crown. All right. Which that brother is trying to make reference to in regards to the surname that he claimed to have, when the surname he have is actually an English surname, but he don't understand it from that perspective. He understands it from the Constantinople perspective as St. Nicholas, which goes back to this guy. All right? Take a couple of seconds to take a look at it. Give me a second. All right. And there's another picture. All right. So you need to do a little bit more studying, my young brother. So just don't call and ask questions in regards to the history of what you see portrayed in our lectures, and try to associate it with your history that you claim to be. You can't mix it. All right, it's not gonna mix. All right, when you come across somebody like me or a student of the English Third Temple Church, this is the result you're gonna have. All right, let's move forward. So Santa Claus is actually Saint Nicholas. All right. Now, if you would have did your studying, then this is what you would have come up with. This is what you would come up with. Nicholas. The surname Nicholas was first found either in England or Germany. So you can identify with two countries, two nations, two nationalities. because your name denotes to your nationality. All right, your bloodline, your genetics, your ethnicity. All right, that's what your last name is for. All right, that's what your surname is for. The same thing you referenced in 45:4 and Isaiah, a prophet. All right, from God. All right, Lord, who was ever the head of the family at that particular time, and on majority, I'm pretty sure it was the king. All right, because the Lord spoke to Cyrus, who was a king at that time, to put other kings in check, who was now living up to the incumbency of a king. All right, which we can show examples in this present day of the same examples that we call de facto. All right, so you can find it in Austria or England. So which one you want to associate it with? You got to find it in this one if you're going to associate it with us here at the Third Temple English Church. All right. So this is what your video should have been. The name of Nicholas' family is derived from the surname Nicholas and patronymic. It didn't say matronymic from your mother. It belonged to the category of surname known as hereditary surname. So surnames are hereditary. They can be inherited as a result of the inheritance associated with it. And it ain't coming from no man coming down the chimney with a bunch of a bag of toys. It's not gonna happen like that. All right? It's given to you at birth. It's inalienable. All right? Nicholas derived from the person named Nicholas. It was a person, a popular name in the Middle Ages. So you said the Middle Ages, but you didn't associate it with the Middle Ages, who accompanied Duke of William of Normandy when he invaded England in 1066. So now you got to know about William the Conqueror. You have no idea who William the Conqueror is. All right? The Britons were from the peninsula of Brittany. All right? And the northwest of France, formerly known as America, a possession of the Roman Empire. The land consists of a plateau that was deeply intended to coast and was broken by hills in the west. However, in the region was renamed Britannia Minor by the Romans, following the immigration of 6,000 Britons across the English Channel at events which took place at the behest of the Roman commander in Britain. All right? So this is what you should have a clarity on in regards to your inheritance through the hereditary name that you descend called a surname that is mentioned in Isaiah 45:4. Then you can make a claim. All right. Outside of that, you're gonna be associated with that abstract story. All right, but you don't have a claim on any inheritance on some type of estate that was left from you from a forefathers. All right. Because if you're going to get an estate from a forefather, then that's fee simple, which was based off a grant given to you by he who owns it, Alodia. All right. In this case, it will be the king. All right. In this case, it will be the king. Because you said it make reference to either the crown or the state. All right. You ain't associated with the crown because that will be the Third Temple English Church. You associate with the state, and you ain't even in the state or the government associated with the state of Israel. You associated with the abstract story of Israel. So either one you pick, it will be a bad choice because if you pick the one that's concrete, you will be at a state of war right now. Okay, let's move forward. Okay, we're not moving from the topic Cyrus. All right, because we know that one of the founders of or the institutors of what's going on over there is a result of what's going on over here. All right, we know America and the founders of America took their foundations from what's going on in Babylon and which Cyrus had to redeem them from. All right, being a Persian or Iranian or Aryan himself. Yes, Cyrus is an Aryan. Yes, your founding fathers were Aryans themselves. Yes, they were. Let's get the proof. What is a surname? since it's associated with God in the Bible, since y'all say, a surname is a family name. All right? It's a family name that indicates one's associated with one's family. So you can't change your name because then that way you'll be expatriating or excluding yourself or abandoning or what we call uh, uh, denying yourself of your own birthright. Okay? Of your own birthright. And a lot of times, a birthright doesn't mean that it comes with property. All right? It's just associated with a family. That's all it means. A lot of times, the family is limited to what they can have based off the status. We see that in chess. We know that everyone in the kingdom or the realm is subject to whatever the king say. All right? That's the king, that's the queen, and they run the castle. All right? Under the advisement of what we call the bishop. All right? And anything they say goes. How we know that? Because you violate that law, whatever the king says, and I'm pretty sure the queen is going to be on his side at the advisement of the bishop. Guess what? The knight's going to uphold that. All right? And if you got a good king, then whatever the knights uphold that would pass by the king and his parliament, his council, they come from the community, then those who are out, which is called the king's pawns, are now pawns because the king is not going to use them as slave tools, all right, as property, as chattel. He's not going to do that. He's going to give them estates and land, an inheritance, a birthright, as a result of them being heirs, all right? Not primogeniture heirs, but heirs of the state as a result of you giving a grant by the king. Whatever servitude that denotes to free and common tokens that the king under which denotes saying. Depending on the culture, the surname may be placed at either the start of the person's name or at the end. Username has been documented in even older historical records. Example of surnames are documented in the 11th century of the barons of England. Did you hear that? I'm not in China, so I'm not going to go to China. China got their own land. All right. So we must not be talking about the all creative of the whole world. Right? Apparently, we're not talking about the creator of the whole world. Know what I'm saying? That's what y'all talking about. But here at the 13th English Church, we understand the concept of Lord and God. All right. We understand the concept and how to use them to bring clarity to whatever relation to whatever subject matter we're talking about, whether it's politics, whether it's religion, etc. All right. In England, the introduction of family name is generally attributed to the preparation of the Domesday Book in 1086, following the Norman conquest. Did y'all hear that? Did you hear that? See, this is why Thomas and Jefferson separated church from state. All right? This is why they did it. This is going to be a long one, y'all, because I'm going to clear it all up. This is why Thomas Jefferson and the founding fathers separated church from state, because they understand that all land was property of the church. It was called crown land. It's either the states or the crown. We know under the Articles of Confederation that the prerogatives that belong to the king and parliament, they descended that to what we call the United States now. Anything that was not surrendered to the United States, the states maintain themselves. All right? The states maintain themselves. And that power is the power of king and parliament. But they're not citizens of king and parliament. Those are the citizens who gave the authority to come over here and colonize. So they're actually foreigners, all right? They don't have a right to the property here because it was left in what they call a trust, not a cessuque. A cessuque was created to be able to divvy it out. to create fiat money, fee and simple. All right. With under the process of called common recovery, started by what we call the Talcum case, by what we call lawyers. All right. In England, the introduction of family name is generally attributed to the preparation of the Doomsday Book. Guess what, brothers and sisters? It is Doomsday. Following the Norman conquest, evidence indicates that surnames were first adopted. You hear that? So how could you claim to have a surname when they didn't exist until the Norman conquest? All right? Among the feudal nobilities and gentry, and slowly spread to other parts of society. Some of the early nobility who arrived in England during the Norman conquest differentiated themselves by a fixed day or before the name of their village in France. This is what is known as territorial surname, a consequence of feudal land ownership. All right, we understand that names were given for territorial fiefs that were given out under the king under what we call feudal tenures. All right. Prior to that, it all belongs to the church. All right. It all belonged to the church, either the Roman Catholic Church or either the English Church of England, because the English Church of England was a result of the English Benedictine reform that was done by King Edward the Peaceful as a result of the Gregorian mission done by Pope Gregory I in the 5th century. All right, AD, by Pope Gregory I. All right, through Augustine of Canterbury, to have all the Anglo-Saxons convert to Christianity, but had to do with Saint Nicholas that you're talking about. All right. It says that evidence indicates that surname was first adopted among the feudal nobility and gentry and slowly spread other parts of society. Some of the early Norman nobility who arrived in England during the Norman conquest, so that means that outside of fiddle name tingers, there was just family name tingers because England was all family. And the name that they were had was based off all family. All right. We know England family was based off the association of England and France. Why? Because France was ruled under the Plantagenet kings, who were descendants of the English kings under Fulk V, who ruled Jerusalem. Yes, Fulk V ruled Jerusalem because he took Jerusalem from those kings that was established by Godfrey V Calaman Jew, who descended from what we call the House of Flanders, who were all descendants from the Carolingians, who descended from the Merovingians, who never claimed to be descended down from God. These are facts. This is what is known as territorial surname, a consequence of feudal land ownership by the 14th century. Most English and most Scottish people use surnames, and the Wales followed the unification under Henry VIII in 1536. We know in 1536, Henry VIII was from the Lancaster branch, from a cadet branch of the Plantagenet crown, resulting from what we call the War of the Roses. And he conquered the House of Lancasters as a result of the war between the cadet branches of the Plantagenet crown, the House of York, and the House of Lancaster, which were houses that were created by Henry IV and Henry IV and Edward the and well, part itself. They were Henry IV and Edward the Fifth and Henry the Fourth were all descendants or broken down to what we call John Gaunt. And John Gaunt was the illegitimate son of King Edward III. All right. So there you go. You understand where the surname comes from, the importance of the surname. So let's continue to dive deep. Let's see how far this rabbit hole goes. So we know the Cyrus surname, and we know Cyrus means son. For those who don't know, the word Cyrus means son. Where I want to go. Cyrus the Great. Cyrus II of Persia. He was a Persian. Commonly known as Cyrus the Great, was the founder of the Achaemenid Persian Empire. Hailing from Paris, he is brought the Achaemenid dynasty to the power by defeating the Median Empire and embracing all the previous civilized states of the ancient Near East. Now, the attestation of this story, that's not my job, because I'm not Persian, though I'm a descendant or follow traditions of the Persian Empire. All right? England got their own. Right here. Cyrus issued the Edict of Restoration, all right, in which he authorized and encouraged the return of the Jewish people to the former kingdom of Judah. All right, this is an abstract story. All right, this is an abstract story unfolding that you see in your King James Bible. We see when we read Isaiah 45, 4, it spoke about Jacob and Israel, his elect. All right, spoke about Jacob and Israel, God's elect. So keep that in your mind. So I'm going to keep referring back to Jacob and Israel, God's elect, as referenced in Jeremiah 6:16 and Isaiah 45:4. Because we know that Isaiah and Jeremiah were the prophets of God. All right. In the abstract perspective. All right. Because every story must have a record. The English calendar is the Berber calendar because we didn't have an English reading out year till 1066. All right. Prior to that, the only kings that were there were Berber kings. So that means that all the kings that we call under the Plantagenet king, Godfrey the fifth Caliban Jew, son of folk ruler of Jerusalem, who was ruling all the way down in Jerusalem. All right. He was ruling all of Jerusalem when Jerusalem came into his height. All right. His son was Baldwin, Baldwin, what was the son? Baldwin the third, Baldwin the fourth. Baldwin the fourth son was Almeric, and Almeric was the brother of Sibylla, all right, which was the last queen of Jerusalem, as was before Saladin conquered what we call Kirak Castle. All right. And Balian was for House of Evelyn, and Evelyn father was Godfrey of Evelyn. All right. Watch the movie Kingdom of Heaven. All right. My last name is Jefferson, i.e. Godfrey. All right. They all descended from Godfrey because the word Godfrey, after the suffix son, means the Lord's house. The Lord on means the Lord of earth. All right. Lord God or the Lord God on earth. All right. If you want to get into what we call etymology, we know Isidore Seville created that. All right. So let's move forward. Following Achaemenid conquest of Babylon, Cyrus issued the Edict of Restoration, which he authorized, encouraged the return of the Jewish people to the former kingdom of Judah. So this is talking about returning to a particular land. All right. A land that was formerly occupied by an invader. All right. That's called prescription of sovereignty. Let's get a definition of that so we can get that in your mind. Because this is what's being done today here in North America. I'm going to prove it. Your founding fathers are doing the same thing, using prescription as a way to take over the estate. and then by way of what we call easements, give everybody a right of non-possessory use in the estate that don't even belong to them. This is why Cyrus did what he did. All right. And this is why in the reputation of what Cyrus meant, because Cyrus meant in that time to come a Messiah. All right. And I'm fulfilling the 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 prophecy as it was done in the abstract and the concrete. The same thing that was done from the gods who spoke in the medieval ages, which was the one who created or who told the story in regards to humans, the record in regards to humans and their pristine government, and as well as the laws found in that government for those people in that local community. All right. Going back to the concept of time memorial, where you can bring an honorable claim in the eyes of the law in this present day, where they won't look at you as a fool. All right. Very important. Prescription. In international law. So, I mean, that applies anywhere. This applies anywhere. It's a sovereign transfer of territory by the open encroachment by the new sovereign upon the territory for a prolonged period of time, acting as a sovereign without protest or other contest by the original sovereign. This is chess, y'all. It is analogous to the common law doctrine of easement by prescription for private real estates. So there's a hidden agenda, y'all, of why wars take place by those who are given the authority to cause these wars by those who control the so-called real estate by easement of prescription, which is nothing more than a non-possessed way in property that you don't even own. What is easement? Easement is a non-possessory right to use or enter onto real property of another without actually possessing it. So this is going on an international level. It's been a transfer of sovereignty transfer going all the way back to the time of the Crusades. What is the Crusade? When people live and go on a venture on business. And sometimes they might not come back home as a result of the prescription. It ain't because you want to leave, you're forced to leave. You're forced to leave, y'all. Back to Cyrus the Great. Cyrus issued an edict of restoring, prescription, reversion, remanderment, quiet title, list pendants. You can use the legal way or you can use the abstract way. You'll never get nowhere using the abstract way. All right? Because it's all a faith, a belief, but there's no seeds being planted. There's no fruition to manifest from the seed that's being planted because you don't have any seeds. You don't have any records. You can't track the growth. All right? In which he authorized and encouraged the return of the Jewish people to the former kingdom of Judah, officially ending the Babylonian captivity. So the ethical restoration was a legal instrument. A legal instrument, some type of document. Did you hear that? He didn't take the Bible to him. He wrote a legal document that the Bible validates from time immemorial about you who exists in this time in regards to something that you're supposed to be producing in the court of law, but the court of law doesn't go back that far. They only go back to 1189. You back in 587 BC. Right? The courts don't go back that far. But yet the founding fathers based their history to them and their redemption as being the children of Israel from bondage that they proceed to say that happened back in a time that they can't prove existed. All right, for their salvation, which they're redeeming right now at this present time, based off this history that they said that Cyrus, the Cyrus cylinder was not created to the found or discovered till the 18th century. That qualifies or validates the existence of Cyrus the Great. It was not found until the 18th century by a Persian who converted to become naturalized as a British national. Yeah. Why did he become naturalized? Why? If what Cyrus did as depicted on the Cyrus cylinder that was discovered in Mesopotamia. All right. I'm not just saying that, I'm gonna prove it. All right. It says that Jewish people, we talking about the Jewish people, we talking about Israel's and those are Hebrews. All right. Because we know that the British people who this guy naturalized under, who found the Cyrus cylinder, they follow British Israelism going back to Israelites. All right. So they came to be these people as well. And they've been living off the birthright as we see present to this present day. All right. Yes, the kings of Scotland, the one who wrote the Bible, who tells the story about the Hebrew Israelites and regarding this promised land that they're living the virtues off right now. That has yet to be given to you. Why? Because there's no edict of restoration been given to you. There's no document supporting that. He is describing the Hebrew and left a lasting legacy on Judaism due to the role in facilitating the return to Zion of the Jews. Cyrus was anointed by God of Israel for that task as a biblical Messiah. You hear that? Cyrus is the only non-Jewish figure to be revered in this capacity. So not only is he a non-Jewish, he was tasked by so-called God, who was supposed to be the father of the Jewish nation, the so-called Hebrews, to return the land that they call Zion back to them as told in the so-called Bible. But none of you have no so-called land. None of you have an instrument to know to the reversion or the remandment of an estate by way of what we call prescription or easement, by way of prescription of sovereignty by those who claim to be the sovereigns. Why? Because your sovereigns are abstract. You're never going to be able to prove it because you can't pursue a concrete sovereign. You can't prove a title. You can't. Yes, this is going to be a real entertaining lesson for you all. Hell, I'm entertaining myself. Let's move forward. So Cyrus was a biblical Messiah. We know Cyrus means son. All right. Cyrus means son. All right. Mentioned in the book of Isaiah. Right. Mentioned in the book of Isaiah. We know Isaiah means salvation of God. Right. Isaiah means salvation of God or God is salvation. Let's move forward. So we here. Let's see where I want to go now. All right, yeah, let's go ahead. My last name or my surname is Jefferson. The descendant of Godfrey, the fifth kind of man, Jew, son of folk, ruler of Jerusalem. Related to the kings of Wessex through Margaret of Scotland, or Margaret of Wessex through the marriage of Malcolm of Scotland, who's the mother of Empress Matilda of the Roman Empire, who married Godfrey the fifth kind of man, Jew, son of folk. Jefferson and Cyrus, how the founding fathers of America, in their own words, were inspired by Cyrus the Great. Now, remember the Naturalization Act, all right? Everybody know the Naturalization Act of 1790, which were those who were part of the Articles of Confederation, right? Which were made up of 13 colonies, all right? So whether you talk about the United States as a union or separate states as colonies, this all to those citizens who met the requirement of the Naturalization Act of 1790, which excluded Africans, us being classified as Negroes, Africans, and all the other misnomers, because those don't denote to a patronymic name, i.e., a surname, which Dred Scott had. But as a result of his understanding, he couldn't wiggle out of the web they cast for him. But if he would have known what I'm teaching him, he would have. All right? Let's read. This might be a long one, y'all. I'm going to take my time with this. Though 23 centuries apart in time, continents apart in space, their systems of republican and monarchical government are essentially diametric opposites of each other. The founding fathers of America and the founders of the Iranian states were close in the rim of ideas that underlie systems of governance, vying to institute liberty and justice. America's founding fathers were avid readers of Cyrus the Great's biography, the Cyropedia. Written by students of Socrates, Xenophon, being the masterpiece amongst his works. Leaders at any stage stand to benefit from the inspiration, which plants its seed for later manifestation and realization. Such inspiration that the founding fathers drew from Cyrus, amidst all the ancient and modern sources they were exposed to, was because they found his ideas and aspirations resonating with their own, with their innermost beliefs, values, and convictions. The Cyropedia describes Cyrus' character that made him into an idea ruler. It is an exposition of timeless qualities of leadership. Thus, it has since served as the world's manual of leadership. From Alexander, Scipio, Cicero, Caesar, Machiavelli, who read and drew inspiration from it, so on to our times. In the estimation of Peter Drucker, widely recognized as the father of modern management science, the first book on leadership remains the best book. His biographer and students, William Cohen, writes, despite all the books published on leadership by well-known academic researchers and successful CEOs, Drucker never altered his opinions on extension farms, was still the best. There is perhaps no more fitting appellation for Thomas Jefferson than the apostle of Americanism, which he has apt been called, and characterizing the place of Jefferson is the American ethos the late Gore Vidal told NPR. If there is such a thing, which I think there is in other perhaps, do not, as an American spirit, then he is it. And it still goes around. It is still inspired, and it is still the essence of whatever spirits we still have and that we once had indeed. Long before the ancestors of America and Europeans emerged from the Dark Ages, their older cousins established a state further east, which they named after themselves Ariana, denoting the lands of Ari. We're still talking about surnames. In the course of time, the term Ariana underwent phonic changes to evolve to today's Iran. Aryan has no physical connotation prior to its readoption in Europe as a self-designation in the 19th century and meant simply noble. In India, ancient cousins of the Iranians also referred to themselves as Aryans, and sacred meaning noble, and sacred meaning noble. In the language of their distant cousins in far West Europe, Old Irish, it is cognate Iri, likewise meant noble. In due course, in the southern and warmer reaches of Irania, in a region called Parsa, being today Persia, arose Cyrus, who created and with his successors for over centuries maintained the world's first multinational, multilingual, multicultural, multi-religious, and multi-ethnic unity of states, much as the United States is today. Now remember, under the Naturalization Act of 1790, underminingly, they had nothing to do with no nationality, but openly, it was based off the color of skin. All right? So they had a secret plot to separate church and state and recall and maintain the land through what we call fee and simple estates. All right? Because we know as a result of conquer, discovery, through prescription of sovereignty, they allow prescription of easement to use property that's become exceeded. Exceeded means when there are no more heirs, and when there are no more heirs, it becomes interstate. And we're not talking about the buildings, y'all. We're not talking about the mansions. We're not talking about the skyscrapers. We're not talking about the castles. We're talking about the land that these things were built on. That's what we're talking about. All right. Cyrus then was also the gentle savior of the Jews and other nations and tribes hitherto in the state of captivity of slavery. Cyrus fulfilled the function of anointing of the Lord, Isaiah 45, which we just read, a rendition in English of Hebrew, the Messiah or the Messiah. All right? The Messiah. That's their Messiah. This is the Messiah they created for themselves. An abstract Messiah that they can refer to. Why? Because they never believed in God or never descended from God. All right? Never descended from God. Our central link between the founders of America and Cyrus and his successors, the Cyropedia, is augmented by the account of the Bible and other sources. Why? Because that Cyrus cylinder was not found or discovered to the 18th century. Anybody can create that thing in the 18th century and backdate it. Not to disqualify what you're saying, Well, I'm just telling you, you never judge a book by its cover. You judge a book by its content. All right? It's organized by the account of the Bible and other sources, including the scriptures remaining by the Cyrus successors, such as those that Darius commissioned to be hewn in Aryan and other languages. The discovery and decipherment and inscription extent of Cyrus himself postdates the American Revolution. The proclamation of freedom on the Cyrus cylinder inscribed on a small clay tablet from circa 537, the Berber calendar. Because we're not using the Persian calendar, we're using the Berber calendar. We're not using the Gregorian calendar, we're using the Berber calendar. Because the Gregorian calendar was not created in 1582. We're not using the Julian calendar, we're using the Berber calendar. All right? Which has been on a tour in the United States, I wonder why, from the British Museum and regarded by many as the first draft and by some as the first charter of the human freedom of the human rights. So this is not the rights that they deem that in regards to those that are protected by the Magna Carta. That refers to those who have the same rights of those who were here when the land was taken by those who became colonists by way of minors sitting on the English throne, acting as minors of the crown, by way of acting as under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church, by way of what we call the Church of England, which resulted from the Gregorian mission going back to 597, Pope Gregory I and Augustine of Canterbury, which was uh, 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 furthered by King Henry VIII through the Church of England, because the origin of the Church of England goes back to who? Pope Gregory the First. All right, let's get there. In our day, we have been witnessing the evolution of the United States partly by a manifest destiny. Remember the chessboard. They're gonna manifest their own destiny when they didn't have a destiny from the get-go. Because they had a destiny, then that destiny will be written for them in that so-called either that will, right? When somebody dies testate, which means living well, or by that statute of disposition for the transferring of land to an heir. All right? Because intel is transferred by way of statute, which is also what we call a legal instrument. Just like constitutions, just like treaties, just like articles, they are all legal instruments in the eyes of the law. In our days, we have been witness the evolution of the United States, partly by the manifest destiny, partly by default, toward fulfilling the roles that Cyrus and his successors knew the need for, created, and fulfilled. So by default, prescription of sovereignty when it has not been attested, all right, when it has not been challenged by the king. Yet Persians have been regarded more or less as barbarians in the West, mainly be based upon other Greek sources. Among the Greeks, the term barbarian was used to refer to people speaking a language other than their own. You hear that? A lot of people speak English, but are they English? No. Everybody right now speak English, but are you English? No. It's going to be a problem. Okay, we can move forward. Let's find another source. Let's go here. Iran, Aryan are all one and the same. Cyrus the Great was an Iranian or Aryan, descended from the Aryan nations of Iran, which is Persian. All right? Shh, quiet. This is from Compact, a magazine. Forget the founding fathers. I got a lot of cover, so I'm gonna move quickly. Right here. From the founding era to the late 19th century, most white Americans were a British Protestant. This is what you call America's elite. All right? The Anglo-Saxon elite or the Anglo-Saxon WASP. They're called WASP. All right, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. All right. From the founding era to the late 19th century, most white Americans were British Protestants or North European extraction, and many doubted that Irish, Jewish, and Italian immigrants and other white ethnics, to say nothing of non-white people, could ever be real American, whatever their citizenship status might be in law. We're going back to the Naturalization Act. Watch where I'm going with this. The dominant school of academics, political science around 1900, shared by conservatives and progressives like Woodrow Wilson, Theodore Roosevelt, traced the germ or seed of Anglo-American liberty back through the Angles and Saxons to the ancient Germans who have resisted and then overthrown the Western Roman Empire before colonizing Britain in the Dark Ages. Now we got to know who we're talking about. If you watch my previous lectures, we know the difference between the Angles, which are the English, which are contrast to the Saxons, which were natives. Parts of which were not natives, but people who amalgamated, and some were allowed to coexist with us, such as those called Danes or Vikings. All right, was Canute the Great, Harold Godwinson, etc. All right. So it says Theodore Roosevelt termed the germ or the seed of Anglo-American. It didn't say Anglo-American because those Anglo-Americans, i.e. Americans, are those northern Vikings called Aryans who migrated here through the Aryan times, through the times of the Vikings. All right. Headed by Eric, what's his name? Eric Leifton. All right, let's move forward. The germ jury wasn't without prejudice. In 1776, Jefferson rejected the design for the Great Seal of the United States featuring Hinge and Horsa. It goes back to the kings of Kent. Kings of Anglo-Saxon kings. All right? To barbarian chieftains who led the invasions of the British Isles by Teutonic tribes. You hear that? Once again, the germ of theory wasn't without precedent. In 1776, Jefferson, all right, the third president under the Articles of Confederation, under the Second Continental Congress, rejected the design because they're trying to establish the design for their new founding government, i.e., their weak central government, because it was subject to what they call what's the term it's called? It slipped my mind. I don't want to say the wrong thing, so I'll move forward. All right, anyhow, the germ theory was without precedent. In 1776, Jefferson rejected the design for the Great Seal of the United States, featuring Hinds and Horses, two barbarian chieftains who led to the invasion of the British Isles by Teutonic tribes. The sage of Monticello promoted the teachings of the Anglo-Saxons as supposed language of liberty. Yet it was a century later, and ironic after the Civil War, that the racial components of America below increasingly took on pseudo-scientific character. We know the Civil War had a lot to do with the time of slavery. All right, must understand that, and we understand that when you're saying Heeds and Horsa, we know that at that time you had the barbarians who took on the identity of the English, as we're going to read coming up. In Ancient Society of 1877, Louis H. Morgan, one of the pioneers of the American anthropology, wrote, two families of mankind, the Aryans and the Semitic. Did you hear that? The Aryans and Semitic, by a commingling of diverse stock, superiority of subsistence, of advantage of position, and possibly from altogether, were the first to emerge from barbarism. All right? They were substantially the founders of civilization. The Winning of the West, 1889. Theodore Roosevelt wrote, it is incalculable importance that America, Australia, Siberia should pass out of the hands of their red, black, and yellow Aboriginal owners and become the heritage of the dominant world race. Nordicist racial identity shaped the Immigration Act of 1924, signed into law by President Calvin Coolidge, who declared and I quote, America must remain America. A few years earlier in the article of Good Housekeeping, Calvin Coolidge had called for the United States to remain not only a majority of white, but also a majority of Nordic. You hear that? Biological laws tell us that certain divergent people will not mix or blend. The Nordics propagate themselves successfully with other races. The outcome shows deterioration on both sides. The Nazis' genocidal and eugenic politics discredited the racism, Nordicism, and anti-Semitism shared by much of Anglo-American elite. You hear that? After 1945, I say it again, after 1945, the real Americans were the heirs of ancient Aryan or Indo-European tribe from Eurasia steppes by way of the forests of Germany and the British Isles, was dumped and replaced by a new, more universalist definition of American nationality. Well, how you gonna say nationality when American nationality had nothing to do with a nation? It was based off the color of skin, and that color being white. To be American was now equated with having a deep personal belief in the ideas of the founding of what an American was supposed to be. Apparently, British had a different idea of their ideal American because before it was called white American under the Naturalization Act, it was called British American, and British America was a British empire. You hear that? Of English law, English governance, English politics, of English subjects now put in slavery by Scottish kings under the British monarch, under the British system of law. Right? Everybody see this? Okay, make sure you guys still see this. Where you want to go now? Let's go here. Aryan. Everybody see that? Everybody pull up Aryan. Everybody pull it up. Sorry about that. Clean the microwave, so I want to make sure it's clean when she get back to the domicile. Okay. Area is a term originally used as a ethno-cultural self-designation by Indo-Iranians in ancient times. So the founder fathers are associating themselves with Aryans, all right? With Aryans, not in the legal instrument that they use to denote their authority, a reference to who they truly are, who they identify themselves with, but they keep hitting who they really are as Aryans, all right? They hide the fact that their origin of where they actually descended down from is actually Indo-Iranian, but we classify themselves under the Naturalization Act of 1790 as free white person. All right. It says that in ancient India, and the term Arya was used by the Indo-Iranian speakers of the Vedic people as an endonym in a reference to the region known as or abode of Eros, who Indo-Aryan culture emerged. In the Avesta scriptures, ancient Iranian people similarly used the term area to designate themselves as an ethnic group in reference to their mythical homeland. All right. Now we don't want to look at this word because we're talking about surnames. All right. Surname. We know Aryan can denote to a place, thing. It can be called something that don't exist. All right. So we want to make sure we identify. We know we got person, place, or things. All right. We're talking about persons right now. We know persons are identified by their name, not their first name, but their last name, their surname. All right. Now, the surname should denote to one family, but apparently is not. Right? Right? So as a result of that, proof is required. That's the same situation in United States versus Begot Thing and Ray versus Ray Hassan. All right. So we want to look at it from a name perspective. So let's do that. Aryan are spelled Aryan, or Arian, or Ariane is a given name and surname. It's a given name and surname. For Jacob my servant sake, and Israel my elect, I have even called thee by thy name. I have even called thee by thy name. I have surnamed thee, though thou hast not known me. So everybody got a surname, but this is the surname of God. All right. So your past is very important in lieu of your relationship with God. Because some people, God ain't real. That's a good question that we need to ask ourselves. Why do I say that, King Clifford Jefferson? Because if the book you write talks about a God, and the book that was written by that individual who spoke about God must have had some type of encounter with this God. And he never took the place of God. Never took the place of God. He sat as trustee of that God and act in the manner in the office as godlike qualities, the sovereign. That's been the fight from day one. God of the humans. God of the humans determines who's the God of the earth. And the God of the earth determines the life of the earth in regards to our enjoyment of it. Right? The enjoyment of the earth depends upon its preservation. And the preservation of the earth is done by the preservation with the people or not the people. And that's what's got to be done. So be it. All right? We're being warned. Let's continue. Aryan, also spelled Arian, or Aryan, is a given name or surname that is popular in India and Iran. We already looked the family crest and coast of arms up. Did we? Matter of fact, it doesn't even have a. You can't find it on the whole coast on the historical crest. House names is not there. All right, in any one of these versions, is a given name and the surname that is popular in India and Iran. The name Aryan is derived from Sanskrit, meaning noble, superior, or high born. In the Anglosphere, the name has negative connotations to many due to the Nazi racial theory about the superiority of the so-called Aryan race and modern uses of the term white supremacist organizations or Aryan nations. All right? Very important for us to understand that. Why? Because we know that Thomas Jefferson followed what? The teachings or the precepts or the practice of Cyrus the Great, a Persian. That is a fact. 2 copies are found in this library. If you read that article that we showed, let me just show it for those who want to do their own diligence. Write that down. By Richard Fry. All right. The other one is Forgot the Founding Fathers. That's by Compact. John Trouble, public domain. All right. So why are we making all this fuss about a surname? Why? The only purpose I can think, only thing I can think of is that it's a name that comes from God. Right? And if it comes from God and God creates you, then all of y'all considered gods. He said he created you in his image, male and female. He created they. All right? Let's see. Let's just go back to Isaiah. For Jacob, my servant, sake, and Israel, mine elect. I have even called thee by thy name. I have surnamed thee, though thou hast not known me. Very important right here. Through your surname, he calls you his elect. But you have not known him by that surname as his elect, because you're ashamed of the surname. Sometimes the surname might associate it with something good as a result of the people who bear the surname before you. That's not your problem. You can't change that because you ask for forgiveness. I give honor to the history that gave birth to the opposition or contrast to the other surnames that represent something greater. This is what the king represents. This is what the kingdom represents of what the king gave to the kingdom. All right? Because we know that if we got a corrupt king, then you got corrupt officers and you got a corrupt kingdom, which creates corruption in the kingdom with the citizens. All right? That then the land becomes corrupt. You see that now. It's happened all around the world. Nobody has come to change that situation, that condition, as a result of them not knowing what I'm teaching you today. Our job was to climb out of the mess we're in, not to sin even deeper. We were warned in Jeremiah 6:16. You were warned. Go back to the old ways. The path. Stop, ask questions. You can only go back as far as King James. Who was this guy? Who was his family? What was his religion? Where did he get his authority from? Who were his descendants? Who was controlling the kingdom at that time? Who was controlling the whole territory at that time? Who were the rivals? That's all very important. Just for you to believe something and not validate it. All right, let's move forward. So, as people of God with the surnames of God, let's go back to the origin of God. All right, concerning God's land, because it's all about God's land, right? It's what it's all about, God's land. We know that the Anglo-Saxons were converted to Christianity. We all speak English, first of all. So let's just start there. All right. Either that's who we are or we're enslaved by the English and everything that the English created. Let's first start there. All right. Who are the good guys and who are the bad guys? We know that the founders of America are not English. We know that because they're not claiming to be English today. They're not doing the things that are you subject to today. It's not the English. It's not the laws of the English doing to you what you're subject to today. There's laws of the English still in existence today that apply to English people today, but as a result of the people being extinct, they're not applicable to those people who claim not to be English. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just laying the basis here. Okay? Very important. Very important. The basis is this surname. It's key. Because the Bible was written by King James. King James was a Scottish king. King James and those who followed King James from the king on down were practicing slavery. And King James was a Scottish king. There was a slave called Dred Scott, who had a surname called Scott, which originated from Scotland, which is the land called Scots. All right? It's the land called Scots. And Latin's called Scot, and Gaelic is called Alba. All right, which is called the Kingdom of Alba. We call it the Kingdom of Albia. Hold on. I'm doing the video, boo boo.
You're in class?
Yes.
I'm later. I'm so sorry.
All right.
My bad.
All right. For Jacob's servants, my sake, Israel, my elect, I have called you by thy name. I have surnamed thee, though thou have not known me. So he knows you by name, not individually, but by that house. That particular house. He knows you. From that Bible that writes about those children of God that ascended back through what we call time immemorial. But no one has been able to validate it as a result of them lacking the history of the descent of King James. All right? Because he was ruling the land at that time. So we can rightfully say this man was acting as if he was God. Because if he wasn't, God didn't step in and take him out. He died like natural causes or by conflict dealing with people who he was warned against. That has always been the case. Unless there was some natural catastrophe or some natural event that was caused as a result of some mistake that we might have made. We might have messed with nature, built something we weren't supposed to, and as a result of that, we had a catastrophic event that occurred. That's what you see happening now. Okay, let's move forward. Let's go to the Dred Scott case. The Dred Scott case. This case is so heavy. This case deals with everything that is affecting the heirs that's present today. Watch how I pick this case out. Pick it up. Pick it apart. All right? If this is Chief Justice Taney or whoever, in this case, this is actually Chief Justice Chaplain. Is it Chaplain? Let me see. I think it's Chamberlain. Chief Justice Chamberlain. Chief Justice Campbell, my bad. This is dissent. You can look at it 385. This is Chief Justice Campbell dissent in the Dred Scott case. And he's talking everything from slavery. We know slaves were property i.e. personal property, i.e. tangible property, i.e. chattel. All right? Chattel. Listen to me, please. What one man is able to, like I said, I'm led by the Spirit, and the Spirit is the Word, and became flesh and dwelled with man, which means man speaks the Word of God. All right? He didn't say, I come to change the law, but fulfill what was already written in the law. All right? What was already written in the law. And this is case law that I'm reading from. All right? That concerns you and your freedom, which is in the past. You must search out your freedom that originated from the past. Y'all go all the way back to the Israelites. All right? And forgetting about the 18th, the 17th, and the 16th century here on this continent. You forgot all about that. You don't have a darn clue about that time era. But if you did choose to go there, then you should have a better understanding of it, which you don't. I'm going to prove it to you. The public law of Europe formally permitted a master to reclaim his bondsman. Everybody know what a bondsman is, all right? I'm pretty sure you do. Within a limited period, i.e. statute of limitation, wherever he could find him. And one of the capularities of Charlemagne's abolishes the rule of prescription. Once again, one of the capularities of Charlemagne's abolishes the rule of prescription. How many of you know what prescription are? I just told you. I just told you what prescription was. Prescription is an easement, a right of use of something that does not belong to you. You got permission from somebody else who don't even own it. All right, that's why there are encumbrances, because if it was free and clear, that would be called a quiet title, and quiet title is called quiet possession, free from any encumbrances. And the highest form of quiet title, freedom from encumbrances, is a lodio. It's a lodio. Yes. And everybody can have a lodio property. The highest form, especially if it's a cestus quae, because that deals with partial states and land. Not singular, plural. All right? Prescription. Prescription in international law is the sovereignty transfer of land, territorial. All right? So a deed is not even in the conversation right now. You can go right now to your drawer and pull out that instrument, whatever you got, whatever type of warranty you got, whatever you call it. All right, it's not indefeasible. It's not defeasible. All right. Prescription in international is sovereignty transfer of a territory by the open encroachment by a new sovereign upon the territory for a prolonged period of time, acting as a sovereign. So this is war. All right. You're only there until somebody comes and starts to take it back. The process of redemption, recovery. All right. Without protest or other contest by the original sovereign. It is analogous to the common law doctrine of easement by prescription from private real estate. Private real estate or private property is allodial. Why? Because it belongs to somebody, and that his heirs, his descendants, which means that it cannot be subinfeudated. It cannot be sold. It cannot be alienated. All right? The doctrine legalizes a de jure, the de facto transfer of sovereignty caused in part by original sovereign extended negligence and or a neglect of the area in question. Did you hear that, y'all? Did you hear that? That's heavy. Now imagine your king in the court of law dropping his science. Dropping that science. Why? Because I'm going to go right back to Dred Scott. Because if you're a slave, you can't talk this. We've been redeemed, y'all. We've been redeemed by our Lord. Dred Scott confirms this. We've been redeemed. All right? We are bondsmen of the church, not the state. I'm going to show you. He directs that whoever within the bounds of Italy, either the runaway slave of the king or of the church or of any other man, should be found by his master. His should be restored without any bar or prescription of years. Yet upon the provisions that the master be a Frank or a German or of any other nation foreign, they talking about property, y'all. You cannot be deprived of your property in lieu of what we call quiet possession, whether they practice slavery or not. If you're a slave to an owner or a master, then you can't, as a slave master, you could not be deprived of your property. All right? It's forbidding. So it all goes back to your family and your family association, who they associate with. All right? Because you see what's going on right now on YouTube and in the internet dealing with Diddy. All right? Enslaving your own, misusing your own, talking about your own. I'm showing you right now on the YouTube that all these people who are the same family are divided amongst themselves because they don't know themselves. All right? So they disqualify themselves because they don't have representation. Taxation without representation is a violation of law. That whosoever within the bounds of Rome, Italy, either the runaway slave of the king or the church or of any other man, very, 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 very important that you understand this part right here. Please listen to me from what I'm about to say next. He directs that whoever within the bounds of Italy, we know Italy means Rome, we know Rome means Roman Catholic Church, and the archbishops, the bishops, the dioceses, the monasteries, the religious societies, the fraternities, all those who are members, which is an aggregate office. All right? It's an aggregate office. All right? He directs that whoever, wherever within the bounds of Italy, either the runaway slave of the king or the church or any other man should be found by his master. He should be restored without any bar or prescription of years. Yet upon the provisions that the master be a Frank or German or any other foreign nation, but if it be a Lombard or a Roman, he shall inquire or receive his slaves by the law which he has been established from ancient time among them. Listen to what I'm about to say. Read. Listen what your judge said. Listen to how scary these couple of words are. All right, to those who are listening to me right now. These words should scare the hell out of you. All right? It says, he directs that wherever within the bounds of Italy, either the runaway slave of the king or of the church or of any other man should be found by his master, he should be restored without any bar or prescription of years. Yet upon the provisions that the master be a Frank or German or any other nation foreign, if he be a Lombard or a Roman, he shall inquire or receive his slave by the law which he has been established from ancient time among them. From ancient time among them. So they're not disqualifying ancient law. Only the law referring to ancient time that the court recognized, without referring for precedents abroad or to the colonial history for similar instances. The history of the Confederation and Union affords evidence to attest the existence of this ancient law. Did y'all hear that? I'm going to re-emphasize. Without referring for precedents abroad or to the colonial history for similar instances. Why? Because they didn't give a damn about it. It was their reasonings to forget about it. It was their objective to forget about it. Why? Because it was a result of separation of church and state. And it was instituted by who? Thomas Jefferson. Yes. Thomas Jefferson. The history of the Confederation and the Union affords evidence to attest the existence of this ancient law. All right? We're going to read a little bit of this case right here. I just wanted to show you that. They ain't referring to the presidents abroad or the colonial history. So you can't use that case law or that precedence for your remedy because according to their case law, you theirs. And if you use this precedence based off that precedes colonial history or that precedence abroad that's colonial history and the history prior to that, you cannot use that if you're not those people. All right? Because it's to every man, to every nation, to every land for his own. By his own law based off that own ancient time. Okay, let's read further. In 1783, Congress directed General Washington to continue his remonstrances to the commander of the British forces respecting the permitting Negroes belonging to the citizens of these states to leave New York and to insist upon the discontinuance of that measure. In 1788, the residence ministers of the United States at Madrid was instructed to obtain from the Spanish crown orders to its governors in Louisiana, in order to permit and facilitate the apprehension of fugitive slaves from the states, promising that states would observe the like conduct respecting fugitives from Spanish subjects. The committee that made the report of this resolution consists of Hamilton, Madison, and Sedgwick, and their clauses in the federal constitution providing for the restoration of fugitive slaves is a recognition of this ancient right. All right, without making reference to any colonial presidents or any presidents overseas, they recognize this ancient practice. All right, why? Because they're using this practice right now, returning slaves back to them. In New Jersey, it's called the Bill of Middlesex. Look it up, the Bill of Middlesex. Continue on. The diminution of the power of master to reclaim his escaping bondsmen in Europe commenced in the enactment of laws of prescription, once again, they go that word, in favor of privileges communes. Now, why am I saying this? Let's go back here. He directs that whatever within the bounds of Italy, either the runaway slave of the king or the church of any other man should be found by his master, he should be restored within any bar prescription of years, yet upon the provisions that the master be a Frank or German or any other foreign, but if he be a Lombard or a Roman, he shall inquire and receive a slave by the law which he has been established from ancient times among them, and they say they recognize that without referring to any presidents abroad or colonial history. Now, why is this important? Because we have to go back to the Anglo-Saxon conversion of the Anglo-Saxon to Christianity that goes back to 597 by Augustine Canterbury by Pope Gregory I. All right, because that was done under what we call the Church of England. Yes, the Church of England. This is the reason why Virginia separated church and state. Right? It was Thomas Jefferson who put you in slavery, and it's going to be a Jefferson that gets you out of slavery. All right? Because he was not an Englishman. He enslaved the Englishman by using laws that go back to the Babylonian when you were in captivity. He wasn't reading it for the understanding of Cyprus, because Cyprus was chartered by the law, by the Lord. In Isaiah 45:5, he was doing the work of the Babylonians to confuse you, to take the language away. That was actually being done at the time we were in slavery. That's why Dred Scott didn't know what the hell was going on. How I know? Let's go to here. Church of England. The same people you read in this case law, the Lombard, the Franks, the Visigoths, the who else they said? Where's it at? Right quick. The Franks, Germans, Lombards, Romans. All right, he named all four of them. The judges knew a lot more than they were saying. They said a lot more than they decided. Why? Because we didn't know who the hell we was. We was who they thought we were. Okay. Let's go to the Church of England. Because we're not the Church of England. We're the English Church of England. You'll never get a teacher like me. The Church of England is the established Christian church in England. Did you hear that, y'all? Y'all better listen to what I'm saying. The Church of England is the established church of England that provoked the English church to adopt Christianity. It traces its history to the Christian church recorded as existing in the Roman province of Britain. By the 3rd century into the 6th century, Gregorian missions to Kent, led by Augustine of Canterbury on the Isles of Thames. And the heretics are called Anglicans. All right, that goes back to the Scottish Kings, Scone Abbey, the Stone to Scone. That goes back to the dream that Jacob had. All right, dealing with the dream that he had in regards to this estate. Yes, that was just a dream. All right, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen because this is prophecy we're unfolding. Why? Because it just said the Church of England is established of the Christian Church of England. So all those who are Christian, you better think twice. You better come out of those churches. Because I'm showing you now, I am the return of the Messiah that Cyrus warned you about in Isaiah 45:4. It traces its history to the Christian church record as existing in the Roman province of Britain by the 3rd century to the 6th century, Gregorian mission to Kent, led by Augustine of Canterbury. All right? The English church renounced papal authority in 1534. So we're going all the way back to Pope Gregory I, right? To Henry VIII and Augustine of Canterbury, which deals with the subdue, or the land tenures that were given out that actually belonged to the crown because it was crown land. Crown land is intel land. All right? You can't sell it. It belongs to the heirs. If there is no heirs, then in the streets to the crown. The crown is the church. The crown is the church. The English church renounced the papal authority in 1534, going back to Pope Gregory I, failed to secure a papal annulment to his marriage to Catherine Aragon. The English Reformation accelerated under Edward VI regents before a brief restoration of papal authority under Queen Mary I and King Philip. The Act of Supremacy of 1558, 1558, Elizabeth settlement deals with those who came over here to be called what you call now colonies in North America. All right? The territory governing the empire that England governed, misnomered as the Church of England as a result of the conversion of Christianity by Augustine Canterbury by Pope Gregory I, was governed is the Isles of Man, Channel Island, continental Europe, and what you call today modern day Morocco, which was larger back then if you include the Iberian Peninsula. All right? Very important to understand. Once again, I repeat, that the Church of England is established a Christian church in England. Now, don't take that out of your mind. Let me warm my coffee up because this is going to blow your mind. Just think in your mind, the Church of England is the established Church of England, Christian church, established Church of England. Like Dorothy want to go home, click your heels, close your eyes and keep saying that until I come back to my coffee warming up. Keep doing that. Open your eyes. Everybody open their eyes. Are you in England? Yes. Yes. You're standing in England. You just have a better understanding of what took over England, which is the Church of England, going back to Pope Gregory I and going all the way up to King Henry VIII. Let's prove it. The Church of England is the established Christian Church of England. Who is the founder? Augustine of Canterbury and Henry VIII. All right? Augustine of Canterbury under Pope Gregory I and Henry VIII. Now we know in Dred Scott versus Sanford, right? It just said, if a slave got lost or ran away, he had a right to return to his slave, especially in Frank, German, Rome, and Lombard, right? So if any Anglo-Saxon who were Christianized run away from the Christianization, they had a right to return you back to those who forced Christianity on you, which were the Franks, Germans, and the Romans and the Lombards. How we know it? Because they were those Aryans that were talked about that Thomas Jefferson claimed to be descended down, which were those called Iranians who were from Persia. And Cyrus was a king of Persia. Yes, he was. And we know Aryan is a surname going back to the Aryan nation. right? Aryan nation, white supremacists. So it ain't no blame game, facts are facts. Aryan nation, white supremacists, Aryan race. You gotta have a surname. And they say they'd never descended down from God, right? Let's qualify it. Pope Gregory I. Pope Gregory I, known as Saint Gregory the Great, was a bishop of Rome from 3rd September 590 to his death. He is known for instituting the first recorded large-scale mission for Rome, the Gregorian mission to convert the largely assumed pagan Anglo-Saxons to Christianity. You hear that? The realignment of barbarian allegiance to Rome from their Arian Christian allegiance shaped medieval Europe. Gregory saw Franks, Lombards, and Visigoths aligned with Roman religion. He also combated Donatist heresy, popular particularly in North African at the time. So the Arians were the Franks, Lombards, and Visigoths, which were mentioned in Dred Scott versus Sanford. Franks, Germans, Lombards are the Romans. Franks are the Visigoths. They all the same family. Right there. He mentions them by name. Chief Judge Campbell. All right? Very important to understand what's going on. All right? Where do I want to go now? All right. Let's see. You know, the Church of England enslaved the English people going back to Pope Gregory I, Auckland, Canterbury, all the way up to Henry VIII, right? Because he was the founder of the Church of England. This is why King Edward the Peaceful is Jesus Christ, because he reformed the English church from what was done by the Christian church through the Gregorian mission done back in the time of Ethelbert of Kent. Yes, this is a fact. These are straight up facts that you cannot deny. All right, where do I want to go? Where is it? Okay, here we go. Remember I said close your eyes and think about going home to England like Dorothy? Now, you wasn't asleep, right? It wasn't asleep. All right? The Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom was drafted in 1777 by Thomas Jefferson in Fredericksburg, Virginia, and introduced into the Virginia Assembly in Richmond in 1779. You know, if it wasn't for the House of Burgesses, you wouldn't have a Virginia Assembly. If it wasn't for Virginia, you wouldn't have a Virginia Assembly in the house called the House of Burgesses. All right? And we know Burgesses is just a title for a free man. all right, which is the name of a gentry, going back to the what you call the lower house, or the house, or called the House of Commons. All right. So, but the focus point I want y'all to focus on is that the Church of England invaded England. All right. So it says here the Virginia Statute for Religion Freedom, drafted in 1777 by Thomas Jefferson in Fredericksburg, Virginia, introduced to Virginia Assembly in 1779. On January 16th, 1786, the Assembly enacted the statute into the state law. The statute disestablished the Church of England in Virginia and guaranteed freedom of religion to people of all religious faiths, including Christians of all denominations, Jews, Muslims, and Hindus. What is this saying? That means that the Church of England, from not just from the time of King Henry VIII, but going all the way back to Pope Gregory I, has always been here. You got to take the baby. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You're only going to tell the baby clean by seeing the dirt in the bathwater. All right? I'm showing you the dirt. I'm taking you out of that dirt and showing you how dirty you was about your misunderstanding of your past in regards to what you assume where you're at. You're in England, right? And England, i.e., the land, Angles land, Church of the land, i.e., church land, which was disestablished by an act created by who? Thomas Jefferson, from a lower house. Do you hear me? Do you see what I'm saying? If it wasn't for those who allowed to come under the religious settlement going back to 15, over the 1558, um, uh, uh, established by Queen Elizabeth I, who was the daughter of Henry VIII, who actually put the land in a trust called the cestus quae. All right, which was a violation of law because what no trust supposed to be given out? It was church property. The land could not separate from the church because church property was entailed. Because if the heirs weren't using it, it automatically reverts back to the crown. These are facts that's undeniable. How we know that? Let's see what Dred Scott said. So you know this is England until Thomas Jefferson separated from the Church of England for you to see the connection that the land has to the church. All right? The land has to the church. Let's see. Okay. Okay. In 1783, Congress directed General George Washington to continue his remonstrances to the commander of the British forces, respecting and permitting Negroes below. I think I read that. We're going a little further. Yeah, we're going to start at 370. Right here. The early publicist who has discussed this subject is Holden, a jurist of the 16th century whose work was quoted in the early discussion of the courts in France and England on the. Now, you know what? I want to move a little further for the sake of time. 373. The question to be raised with the opinion of Lord Mansfield, therefore, is not in respect to the incongruity of the two systems, but whether slavery was absolutely contrary to the laws of England. For if it was so, clearly the American law could not operate here. So we know slavery was operative in North America, right? We know that because slavery was abandoned in 1865, okay? It was abandoned in 1865. We know that Thomas Jefferson passed the freedom of religion in 1777, all right? To get away from the laws of the Church of England that King James were under, as well as Henry VIII was under his claim to be his claim supremacy. All right, which he had no supremacy at all. Why? Because he was just a remnant of the cadet branch of the Lancaster branch of a cadet branch of the Plantagenet king. So he was a de facto officer. All right, claiming the English throne of the English church. You notice why he called it the Church of England. So the true church in North America that the founding fathers separated misnomerable as the Church of England was the English Church of England, which is the third temple English Church of England, as raising from the second and the first as prophesied in your so-called Bible. Okay, so let's see. Our slavery was prophesied and our redemption was prophesied. All right? The question be raised with the opinion of Lord Mansfield, therefore, is not in respect to the congruity of the two systems, but whether slavery is absolutely contrary to the laws of England. It was because America practices positive law. Historical research ascertained that at the date of the conquest, the Norman what would judges in the 18th century be talking about the Norman conquest for? Why? Why would they be talking about it? And they not only talking about the Norman conquest, they're talking about the population of the Norman conquest in reference to the subject matter of the case, in reference to the parties of the case, which happen to be Dred Scott as the demurrer, the one who raised the objection, the petitioner. Historical research ascertained that at the date of the conquest, the royal populace of England were generally in a servile condition under various names. They took their birthright because the Normans took over the English family, who was tied to the kings of Wessex by way of Margaret of Wessex, which was Margaret of Scotland, whose daughter was Empress Matilda, who was the daughter of Fulk V, who was the king of Jerusalem, which was a name that was tied to Godfrey or Jefferson. All right? It was tied to that name. So now they gave you names denoting to status, trade, scale, etc. All right? Because it said that surnames came at the time of the Norman conquest. Historical research ascertained that at the date of the conquest, the royal population. So you want sources, these are sources for your butt. All right? You can hit Wikipedia right now, and they'll tell you exactly what I'm reading to you right now. For all those who find contrariness to what I'm saying. All right? In regards to the status that you're in right now, I don't care how you see yourself in the eyes of the law, this is how they see you. Historical research ascertained that at the date of the conquest, the royal population of England, you're standing in England, You're enslaved by the Church of England, by the conversion of Christianity by the Church of England. That goes back to 597, Pope Gregory I, who's one of the doctors of the church as established by what? The Church of England. That goes back to Constantinople, which they call what? The Order of the Holy Sepulchre, which is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which is Jesus that they want you to worship, and the image that they want you to worship. All right? You must understand what's going on. Generally, in a severe condition, under various names denoting and noting slight variances in condition, i.e. status, they were sold with the land like cattle. This is called mortgaging, y'all. This is a mortgage. And were a part of its living money, medium of exchange. Traces of the existence of the African slaves are to be found in early chronicles. Parliaments in the time of Richard II and Henry VIII. Time of Richard II and Henry VIII refused to adopt redemption laws or general laws of emancipation. All right? Act of emancipation by the last name monarch was by Queen Elizabeth, but not for you. It's for them, as with all of them claiming to be the so-called Jews, i.e. British Israelites. All right? Going back to the stone of scone. This is going to be a long one, I know it is. The African slave trade has been carried on under the unbound protection of the British Crown. Because the Crown represents the corporation soul, which is the company of the officer who acts on behalf of the Crown in lieu of the so-called land that they're assuming to own by way of prescription of sovereignty, because there is no true king to attest it. Why? Because we lost our birthright by fighting over it at the time of the War of the Roses. All right? So for near 2 centuries, when the case of Somerset was heard and no motion for its suppression had ever been submitted to Parliament, while it was forced upon the maintained and unwilling colonies by the Parliament of the Crown of England, and at that moment, 15,000 Negro slaves were then living in the Island, where they had been introduced under the counsel of the most illustrious jurists of the realm. And such slaves have been publicly sold for near centuries in markets of London and the northern part of the kingdom of Great Britain. There existed a class of from 30,000 to 40,000 persons, of whom the Parliament said in 1775, 2 years before the religious separation of church and state, Religious Freedom Act, part 7. Many coalers, coal heavers, and salters are in a state of slavery or bondage, bound to the colliers and salt works, where they work for life, transferable with the colliers and salt works, where their original masters have no use for them. All right, let's move forward. No statute from the conquest till the 15th of George III have been passed upon the subject of personal slavery. This fact has led to the most eminent civilian of England to question the accuracy of this judgment, and to insinuate that in this judgment the offense of ampliare jurisdictionem by private authorities was committed by the eminent magistrate who pronounced it. All right? So this is by those judges who don't give homage to those case law precedents that lay before them. All right? Very, 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 very important for you to understand this. All right? In lieu of this so-called land or birthright or inheritance that you're talking about, because the slaves were the ones who lost their birthright based upon the slavery by those monarchs who were instituting the slavery. All right? Not just over there and on the other continent, but here as well. Because as you said, the Church of England was here in Virginia. All right? And Thomas Jefferson, due to Virginia, what was it called? The Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, separated from the Church of England, and that was where the slavery was instituted. And we know that all the property, whether it was land or chattel, i.e. mortgages, which were persons, all right, that had a legal effect as what they call legal entity, i.e. chattel, straw man. All right, so let's move forward. Why is my screen great like that? Stop. I hope you like what you're hearing so far. I'm gonna cancel that. I don't want to do that. You can still see it. Let's start here. Why is it showing this greatness? Okay. So we already talked about the status that we are in as chattel, i.e. mortgages, being chattel along with the land, because as they stated, those who were enslaved at the time of the conquest were considered part of the land itself and was considered its money, i.e. its medium of exchange, all right, at the Norman conquest, all right? So this comes in with cession or secession, all right? 379. It is settled doctrine of this court that the federal government can exercise no power over the subject of slavery within the state, nor control the immigration of slaves other than fugitives among the state. Nor can that government affect the duration of slavery within the state, other than by legislation over the foreign slave trade. The power of Congress to adopt the section of the act above cited must therefore depend upon the conditions of the territories which distinguishes them from states. You hear that? And subjects them to control more extended. The third section of the fourth article of the Constitution is referred, pardon self, all right, I think this is it. The power of the Congress to adopt this section of the Act above cited must therefore depend upon some condition of the territories which distinguish them from the state and subject them to the control more extended. The third section of the fourth article of the Constitution is referred to as the only and all sufficient grants to support this claim. It is that new states may be admitted by the Congress to this union, but no new state should be formed or erected within the jurisdiction of any other state, nor any state be formed by the junction of two or more states or parts of a state without the consent of the legislature of the states concerned as well as of the Congress. The Congress shall have power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territories or other property belonging to the United States, and nothing in this Constitution should be so construed as to prejudice any claims of the United States of any particular states. You can see Chisholm versus Georgia. States can be sued, Article 3, Section 2. It is conceded in the decision of this court that Congress may secure the rights of the United States and the public domain, provide for the sale or lease of any part of it, and establish the validity of the title of the purchaser, and may organize territorial government with powers of the legislation. All right? Now we're talking about the public domain. We're talking about the public trust and the state using it. All right? Under this eminent domain power called police power. But the recognition of the plenary power in Congress to dispose of the public domain or to organize a government over it does not imply a corresponding authority to determine the internal polity or to adjust the domestic relations of the persons who may lawfully inhabit the territory in which it is situated. A supreme power to make needful rules respecting the public domain, and a similar power of framing laws to operate upon persons and things within the territorial limits where it lies are distinguished by broad lines of demarcation in American history. This court has assisted us to define them. Johnson versus McIntosh, Martin versus Waddell. All right. I had another one that doesn't come to mind though. Come on. Johnson versus McIntosh. All y'all look that up. Those who don't believe me. All right. Very important. Pay very close attention to what I'm about to say to you now. This is why I'm back. All right. This is why I'm back. This court has assisted us to define them. They say, according to the theory of the British Constitution, you hear that? All vacant land is vested in the Crown. Dred Scott knew this. The case of Dred Scott knew this. So why y'all don't? And the exclusive power to grant them is admitted to reside in the Crown as a branch of the royal prerogative. See, what is that case? What was it? Fidelity Carter Company versus the United States. I forgot that case. All the lands we hold were originally granted by the Crown, and the establishment of the royal government has never been considered as impairing its rights to grant lands within the charter limits, such as colonies. So there's a difference between the owner and the grantee, the grantor and the receiver. All right, the owner and the user. All right, there's a difference. All lands we hold were originally granted by the Crown, and the establishment of the royal government has never been considered as impairing its right to grant lands within the chartered limits of such colony. And the British Parliament did claim a supremacy of legislation coextensive with the absolution of the dominion of the sovereign over the Crown land. Did you hear that? Over the Crown lands. I'm going to read that again. And the British Parliament did claim a supremacy. They claimed it, but they didn't have a right. A supremacy of the legislation coexisting with the absoluteness of the absoluteness of the dominion of the sovereign over the crown lands. The American doctrine to the contrary is embodied in two brief resolutions of the people of Pennsylvania in 1774. That the inhabitants of these colonies are entitled to the same rights and liberties within the colonies that the subjects born in England are entitled to within this rim. Did you hear that? So that means there are subjects in this rim that were born in England in this rim, because this rim is England, contrast to no England, those of the colonies who are claiming they got the same rights as established or stated in Pennsylvania, which did not have the right because you are a colonist, i.e., those who came over here with William Penn, which were nothing more than Protestant, i.e., those Aryans going back to the 13 colonies. All right? They did not have the rights in lieu of those preserved for the sovereigns who were those inheritable heirs that were part of what they call or on what they call crown land. Yes, New Jersey, all the 13 colonies, and even the lands west of those 13 colonies were considered crown land by way of those treaties. The Treaty of 1763, the Treaty of 1783, the Treaty of 1787, and all other treaties that succeeded after them. All right? We must understand what is going on, or you're going to be left out in the cold. All right? I repeat, Dred Scott stated by Chief Justice Campbell that the British Parliament did claim a supremacy of legislation coextensive with the absoluteness of the dominion of the sovereign over the crown land. So what is crown land? I'm saying we got to go through this again, but apparently I must. As a result of that, I got to warm my coffee up again. Everybody pull up crown land. All right. Crown land. They mentioned in the same Dred Scott case the crown and the crown land. You should have an understanding about what they said. If you don't, we'll go over it. Where was he at? Dred Scott. Let's go back there real quick. It said, and I repeat, all land we hold were originally granted by the crown, and the establishment of the royal government has never been considered as impairing its rights to grant land within the charter limits of such colony. And the British Parliament did claim a supremacy of legislation coexisting with the absoluteness of the dominion of the sovereign over the crown land. They was working on the Church of England over crown land, when the land belonging to the English church never belonged to the Church of England, which was governed the crown land. All right. So what is crown land? Crown land, also known as royal domain, is a territory area belonging to the monarch who personifies the crown. Everybody know what that means, personify? Personify the crown. It is equivalent of an entail estate and passes with the monarch being inseparable from it. All right? Crown land, also known as royal domain, is a territory area belonging to the monarch. One person. Not a bunch of people. Who personifies the crown land. So the only way crown land can be protected is by that individual who personifies the crown land, which makes crown land inseparable from the monarch who represents that incumbency, which makes it entail and not fee and simple. If it belongs to the crown and is inseparable, then that means that it cannot be sold. You understand? What is entail? So since we know crown land cannot be sold because it's entail and is personified by the monarch known as the crown. The crown. The concept of the crown as a corporation soul developed first in Kingdom of England as the separation of the physical crown and property of the kingdom from the person and personal property of the monarch. It spread through English and later British colonization and now rooted in the legal lexicon of the 15 Commonwealth realms. Concept. Very important. The concept of the crown took from under the feudal system. The land is no longer allodial now. It's being divvied out, y'all. It's what you call parcel estates. The concept of the crown took form under the feudal system once William the Conqueror took over, all right, the land. He had to have workers, so now you have words that denote to workmanship, all right? Had nothing to do with you being the heir, all right? Though not used this way in all countries that has a system, in England, all rights and privileges were ultimately bestowed by the ruler. Land, for instance, was granted by the crown to lords. We're talking about chess, king, queen, bishop, rook, castle that the king, queen, bishop lives in, barons. Then you got what you call your pawn. I mean knights, and you got your pawn. All right. All rights and privileges were ultimately bestowed by the ruler. Land, for instance, were granted by the crown to lords in exchange for feudal services, and they, in turn, granted land to lesser lords. All right. One exception to this was common soakage. Owners of the land held a soakage held and subject only to the crown. When such land become ownerless, they are said to extinct, return direct ownership of the crown land. Bona vacatini is the royal prerogative by which unowned property, primarily unclaimed inheritance, becomes the property of who, y'all? Everybody say it loud. The crown. Well said. All right. So let's go back to the cess du quae. If it's a note to one person, right? One natural person, I might add, because that's the corporation's soul. Excuse me. I gotta hear him finish. My wife be on, so. A corporation's soul is a legal entity consisting of a single soul, incorporated, personified, incarnated, however you want to take it. Personification of crown land by the monarch in lieu of what we call the crown And crown land, being an entail, goes back to corporation soul, occupied by a single natural person. It didn't say a bunch of natural people. It said one, which brings us to subdue. This is my gift to y'all. Subdue. We've been there 100 times, but let's go there again. Excuse me. It can be just one word that you're looking for. Make the difference. Where's it at? I know it was here somewhere. The word allotio. Lord. Hopefully I read and come across it. We're going to start here. Original purpose of the subdue. Both subdue, which means fieflement or land tenure, are rooted in medieval law, a legal device for avoiding finger services, much forms of servitude due to an overlord by granting land for the use of another who owned none of these to the Lord. The law of subdue tended to defer jurisdiction to courts of equity as opposed to less flexible common law courts. The device was often used by people who might be absent in the kingdom for extended time, as on a crusade or a business venture, who held tenancy in the land and returned own feudal incidents services to the land services. These are incumbencies. The land could be left for the use of a third party who did not owe the incidents to the Lord. All right. This is subdue, i.e., fee simple. All right. Any such entrust legal status was partly to circumvent the statute of mortmain, which sought to end the relatively common practice of leaving real property, land, milling rights, markets, fisheries to the church. This is what's going on right now. The Virginia Act to separate the church from state was the result of separate the land from the heirs. All right? That's why that was done. All right? Because without the king being there, i.e., as corporation soul, there would be no natural person in lieu of the personification or the incarnation. That's what they meant by the incarnation or the personification of a natural person taking that seat of incumbency that was done away with at the time of the founding of this country under the founding fathers. All right? That's the reason. Any such trust legal status was partly to circumvent the statute of mortmain. Mortmain means dead pledge, which sought to end the relatively common practice of leaving real property. Real property deals with land, all right, and that which is upon the land, which is called real estate. Land, milling rights, markets, fisheries, to the church, meaning any of its branches, on the tenant's death, all right, which is based upon the deed, the conveyance, so as to avoid dues, inquisition post-mortem, which could, if unpaid, lead to reversion or repossession, i.e., reversion or remandment, of the tenancy to the landlord, i.e., the one who received the deed or the original grantor, through chain of title. Two concepts explain the original mortmain dead hand. First, it can be characterized as referring to the deceased owner or former owner. This is the reason why when you have proof of ownership based on how it's being done today, is through title insurance companies, all right? Versus which is the chain of title was done based off a review of the state's or the county clerks. Contrast to Torrance land title, it goes back to the original land grantor, which is still a falsified method of land registry as a result of it's indefeasible. All right? It can never grant a defeasible title. All right? Second, as the church, a non-natural person recognized by the common law never dies. You hear that? The church, recognized by the common law, never dies. The land never leaves its dead hand. Before this act, vast tracts of land were left directly by the church, i.e., that non-natural person, i.e., that trust. All right, that intel estate called Crown Land. I don't know why my ears scratching. All right, called Intel Land. Reserve recognized by the common law never dies. The land never leaves its dead hand. Before this act, vast tracts of land were left directly to the church, which never relinquished it. All right. So even when the church and state separated under Thomas Jefferson, the land never separated from the church, even though they separated from the church. So that means they became trustees. It says other lands could be transferred to anyone who inherited through a family line. That's intel. So if there's that means that it's either going to be an heir, intel, or fee simple, because that's the only way land can be transferred by way of conveyance. Fee simple or fee tell. Fee and tell, it must be based off an heir, a male heir or primogeniture. All right. English common law, fee tell or intel or telealized in Scottish law, which is the reason why Scottish king sat on it, is a form of trust established by a deed of settlement, which shows an abstract title of a certificate of title as a result of ensuring that the transfer of ownership has been transferred to another party, restricts the sale of an inheritance of the estate and real property and prevents the property from being sold, divided by will, i.e., testate, or otherwise alienated by tenants in possession. All right? Other land could be transferred to anyone, just being simple or absolute. All right? Which is a form of subdue, selling the land. If there is no heir, because under the statute Queen of Pretorius, the land was able to go free and simple as a result of the legislation that was passed by the monarch. All right, it was able to be sold free and simple, but it could not be alienated as a result by an heir. You needed a male heir. That's where the fraud came in regards to what we call the subdue, which I'll qualify in a second. Other land can be transferred to anyone, as I said, or revert to an overlord or the crown upon the death of a tenant. Church land has been a source of contention between the crown and the church for centuries. You hear that? When they say the church, they're talking about the Church of England and the English Church of England. All right? That's what they're talking about. All right? Let's go ahead. Many reasons have been given for the invention of the subdue use. I want to go here. Right here. Very important. For all those who think you got to trust. All right? If the church cannot separate from the land, because the land is entailed, which means it's inheritable by the king who personifies the crown by way of corporation soul, then anyone to claim access to great trust has it by way of fraud. All right? If you was a student of the law, you would know this. From the doctors of the students, either from the law or ecclesiastical, whichever one you choose, if you're following the true doctrine, because in us, English law is the law of the church. It will be somewhat long and per adventure somewhat tedious to show all the cause particularly. By the 15th century, subdue use was a vehicle to defraud our creditors. All right. The main use was to leave land or part of land to members of the family other than the primary heir. So the reason for a subdue was to give land or leave land to anyone else prior to the primary heir, the firstborn. This was a way to avoid primogeniture inheritance or to ensure it in cases where the estate would be partitioned among heirs where there is no son to inherit. Everybody see that? What is primogeniture? Primogeniture is the right by law or custom of the firstborn legitimate child to inherit their parents' entire or main estate in preference to share the inheritance among all, or some children, any illegitimate child, or any collateral relative. In most contexts, it means that the inheritance of the firstborn son through agnatic primogeniture. It can also mean by the firstborn daughter matrilineal primogeniture or the firstborn child absolute primogeniture, which is the descendant of agnatic succession, which is under Salic law. All right. How about that? right, let's move forward. So we're talking about an estate. That means that the state must be allodial. All right? It must be allodial. I know I've seen allodial in the ancestral crate trust. I don't know where is that. Give me a second. Let me just breathe to this real quick, see if I can see it. Give me a second. I don't believe that's not here. I don't see it. All right, let's move forward. All right, where will we at? So let's go back to Dred Scott. So it says here in Dred Scott, the British Parliament did claim the supremacy of legislation coextensive with the absoluteness of the dominion of sovereign over the crown land. Now we go back to crown land, right? Let's go back there. It might be here. Let's see. Is it? Let me just scan through this one real quick. All right, let's go here. The crown. Crown land. That's what we want. We want crown land. All right, so we know the crown land is land owned by the crown. We know the crown is personified by the monarch. All right, we know this. All right, and it said the land is intel estate. All right, intel estate. We know intel cannot be sold. All right, it has to pass through a primogeniture heir. All right, it deals with the public domain. All right, We see it as it said in Dred Scott. Let's find another case to support that. Chivalry versus Bowlby. All right. By the common law, both the title and dominion of the sea and the rivers and arms of the sea, whether tides, ebbs and flows, and all the lands below the high water mark within the jurisdiction of the crown of England are in the king. Such waters, now this case is from 1894, all right, are in the king. Such waters in the lands which they cover, either at all times or at least when the tide is in, are capable of ordinary and private occupation, cultivation, and improvement. And their natural and primary use are public in their nature, for highways of navigation and commerce, domestic and foreign, as for the purpose of fishing by all the king's subjects. All right? Dressage says the king's subjects in the rim, as well as those who claim to have the right as the king's subjects in that rim based off the king's law. All right? We know different. All right? They're using our rights because they're using our land by prescription. All right? As a result of us not knowing that there should be a king there to protect it as protector of the public trust. All right? We're going to validate that here by all the king's subjects. Therefore, the title just profit him in such land as of the waste and unoccupied lands belongs to the king as the sovereign, and the dominion thereof just publicum is vested in him as the representative of the nation and for the public benefit. Did y'all hear that? I'm not making this up. The great authority in the law of England upon the subject and Lord Chief Justice Hale, whose authorship of the treaties de jure Maurice sometimes questioned, has been put beyond doubt by recent researchers more and foreshore. And the treaties Lord Hale, speaking of the king's right of propriety or ownership in the sea and soil thereof within his jurisdiction, lays down the following propositions. The right of fishing in the seas and the creeks and the arms thereof is originally lodged in the crown, as the right of disparaging is originally lodged in the owner of the waste whereof he is lord, or as the right of fishing belongs to him that is the owner of a private or inland river. But though the king is the owner of this great waste, and as a consequence of his propriety, has the primary right of fishing in the sea, in creeks, and arms thereof, yet the common people of England have regularly a liberty of fishing in the seas or creeks or arms thereof as a public common of piscary, and may not without injury to their right be restrained of its useless be restrained of it unless in such place creeks or navigable rivers where either the king or some particular subject has gained the propriety, i.e., by way of grant, i.e., covered by the warranty, though subject to encumbrances, exclusive of the common liberty, the shore and that ground that is between the ordinary high waters and low water mark. See Johnson versus McIntosh, Martin versus Waddell. This does primary primo facie in common right belongs to the king, both in the shore of the sea and the shore of the other arms of the sea. Yet they may belong to the subject in point of propriety, not only by charter or grant, whereof they can but be little doubt, but also by prescription or usage. Did you hear it? Look at that word prescription. But though the subject may thus have the propriety of navigable rivers part of a port, yet these cautions are to be added. That the people have public interest, just publican, are passing the passage with their goods by water and must not be obstruction by nuisance. What a nuisance? The ignorance that's being done. Why? Let's go back to Fred Scott. Ignorance, y'all, is why we're in this predicament. It is the ignorance. we're right there. We're right there. It said, and the British Parliament did claim supremacy of legislation coextensive with the absoluteness of the dominion over the sovereign over the crown land. You hear that? When the land supposed to be intel. You hear that? The land supposed to be intel, but the British crown took the dominion over it. All right? American doctrine to the contrary is embodied in two brief resolutions of the people of Pennsylvania. First, that the inhabitants of these colonies are entitled to the rights and the liberties within the colonies that the subjects born in England are entitled within this realm. That means that there are English subjects in this realm. All right, we know that because the founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson, separated from Church of England, where the property belonging to the church still exists. All right, that the power assumed by Parliament to bind the people of these colonies by statute in all cases whatsoever is unconstitutional and therefore the source of these unhappy difficulties. You hear that? They ain't talking about English Parliament, they talking about the British Parliament. Congress of 1774 and 1774 in their statement of rights and grievances affirm a free and exclusive power of legislation, and there are several provincial legislators. In all cases of taxation and internal policy, subject only to the negative of their sovereign, in such manner as has been herefore used in the custom. The unanimous consent of the people of the colonies then to the power of their sovereign to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory of the crown was deemed by them as entirely consistent with opposition, remonstrance, the renunciation of allegiance, and proclamation of civil war in preference to submission to his claim of supreme power in the territories. I pass now to the evidence afforded during the Revolution and Confederation. The American Revolution was not a social revolution. It did not alter the domestic condition or the capacity of persons within the colonies, nor was it designed to disturb the domestic relations existing among them. It was a political revolution by which the 13 dependent colonies became 13 independent states. Did you hear that? The Declaration of the Independence was not, says Justice Chase, a declaration that the United Colonies jointly and collectively collected capacity for independent states, incorporated, but that each of them was sovereign and independent states. That is, that each of them had a right to govern itself by its own authority and its own law, without any control from any other power on earth. These sovereign and independent states being united as a confederation by various public acts of secession became jointly interested in territory and concerned to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting it. It is also conclusive, now open to discussion in this court, that there was no territory within the original United States that was claimed by them in any other right than that of some of the Confederate states. Listen, y'all. The question whether the vacant lands within the United States, says Chief Justice Marshall, became joint property or belonged to the separate states was a monumentous question which threatens to shake the American Confederacy to its foundation. This important and dangerous question has been compromised, and the compromise is not now to be contested. Once again, I repeat, Chief Judge Marshall became jointly property or belonged to the separate states was a monumentous question which threatened to shake the American Federation to its foundation. This important and dangerous question has been compromised, and the compromise is not now to be contested. In closing, The Church of England bestowed the property of the English Church of England by way of the English Reformation. The Gregorian mission back in 597, and by way of Henry VIII in the 15th century, was still intact by way of the English Benedictine Reform in the 9th century, 10th century by the English Benedictine Reform, none other by King Edward the Peaceful. As you see here, which we talked about in previous lectures. It's in the 7th and 8th century. Make sure y'all see that. In the 7th and 8th century, England, most monasteries were Benedictine, but in the 9th century, learning monasticism declined severely. Alfred the Great deplored the decline and started to reverse it. The court of Asserton, the first king of the whole of England, was a cosmopolitan and future reformers such as Dunstan, and Ethelwald learned from continental exponents of the Benedictine monasticism. The English movement became dominant under King Edgar, who is the reincarnation or the personification of the fit that description or image of Jesus Christ, which I'm doing in this present century, according to the 6,000 years fulfillment of the prophecy of the coming of the Messiah, states that King Edgar, who supported the expulsion of secular clergy from the monasteries and cathedral chapters and their replacement by monks. The reformers has close relations with the crown, furthering the interest and depending on its support. So the crown was affiliated with the English church. Where was it at? Where did it go? Right here. The English Benedictine Reform, mindset reform of the English church, not the Church of England. All right? Not the Church of England. Why? Because if we go here, in closing, Parsons representing the Attorney General representing the state versus Standard Oil Company. It stays here. In lieu of the crown. The modern usage of streets signifies the falling of property to the sovereign for want of an owner. And this category embraces not only property which has no owner, but also property whose owner but not also property whose owner or whose owners' whereabouts is unknown. Under the common law of England, its sheets came to be classified as another branch of the king's ordinary revenue. Blackstone's commentary, section 302, what was originally an incident of tenure is now an incident of sovereignty. The doctrine of escheat as the early common law operates only upon that which was the subject of tenure, since it's related to the reversionary right of the lord to take for want of a tenant, and was eventually extended to include personal property, tangible and intangible. The principle was the right to take that which belonged to no one or pertained to the crown as jure regalia. The crown steps in to take the property because it is vacant. Property described as bona vacantia is taken or assumed by the state as its own. Property of this class falls to the crown as a matter of right and the exercise of this sovereign power. In personal estates which are allodial by law, the king is last heir where there is no kin. I repeat, the king is last heir where there is no kin, which pursuant to Title 46, 3-2, 46 colon 3-6, it clearly shows you that the king is last of heir. All gifts, grants, under 46.3-6 gift grants conveyances by state of Lodio, all grants conveyances made prior to and after July 4th, 1776, their independence. So when you declared your independence, that didn't mean nothing pertaining to that which was preserved under the original grants preserved by the Crown, which states that even though you declared your independence on July 4th, 1776, of an estate of inheritance, that inheritance by letter patent under the great seal of the state or any other manner by the state or by the legislature thereof or by the commissioners or the agents of forfeited estates or by other lawful competent authority under the state shall be and remain what? Allodial and not feudal, and shall forever be continued and free and pure, allodium only, forever discharged of all feudal tenures and the interest thereof and all other services whatsoever as they done pursuant to 46.3-2. By way of statutes of descent and dispensation. Certain tenures, holdings turn in to king's revenue, known as what we call free and common soakage. 2022 statute. The tenures of honors, manors, lands, tenements, or of hereditaments, or of an estate of inheritance, that which left by will, at the common law, held either of the King of England, not Scotland, not Ireland, not Moorish, not Iranian, not Norfolk, whatever they can come up with, but of the King of England or of any other person sitting in that tenure as the King of England is governing the body politics called kingdom politics by way of incorporation, personification, incarnation at any time before July 4th, 1776, because as soon as you incorporate that right that you had prior to that incorporation, going back to the time of when the right custom usage on existence comes back alive as a result of it being a part of the church and cannot separate of the church as a result of there being no natural person sitting in that position as a natural person, as i.e. corporation soul, which is now personified as the crown, preserving crown land, which is intel, which is only based off allodial land, which can never separate from he who holds the allodial, which is the king, if there is no heir, i.e. intel, based off the inheritance, going back to inheritance, which is an act concerning tenures, i.e. your tenure means your ability to be able to hold that office past the 18th of 1795, to be turned into holdings of free and common soakers from the time of their creation and forever thereafter should continue to be held in free and common soakers, discharged of all tenures, charges, and incidents enumerated in that section 3. All right? So there you see it. All that you hold by your title insurance company are notwithstanding. Title insurance is a form of indemnity insurance predominantly found in the United States and Canada, right? So if the Canada is part of the Crown, they got title insurance companies that let you know they don't own the land, which insures against financial loss for defects in titles, i.e. a defect in the title, i.e. a cloud on the title, to real property and from the invalidity of an enforceability of a mortgage loan. Unlike some land registrations, i.e. torrents law systems in countries outside the United States records of deeds generally do not guarantee indefeasible titles to the record title. The indefeasible titles is an abstract title, torrents title. Torrent titles is a land registration and land transfer system in which a state creates and maintains a register of land holdings, which serves as conclusive evidence indefeasibly of a title of the person recorded on the register of the proprietor owner and all of other interests recorded on the register. All right? We know that's got to be a crown because the origin of it came from the crown in lieu of what we call a chain of title. Background: common law of Torrens law is an act of common law. The vendor of lands needs to show his or her ownership of the land by tracing the chain of title of ownership back to the earliest grant of land by the crown to its first owner, i.e. cess 2K, fiefment. The document relating to the transaction with the land are collectively known as a title deed or the chain of title, i.e. title certificate. This event may have occurred hundreds of years prior and could have had dozens of intervening changes in land ownership. A person's ownership over land could also be challenged, potentially causing great legal expenses to the landowner and hindering the development. So with that, I love y'all. You know, we got to understand what's going on in regards to your inheritance here on this landmass. You know what I'm saying? Here on this landmass. So I hope all those who watch this lecture, all those who understand this lecture, and all those who heed this lecture will go back and warn those that I talked about in this lecture in regards to correcting their mistakes on who they is and who they so-called say they are based off the names that they were born with and not the name they want to assume. And with that, and in lieu of my ancestors, Godfrey, Jefferson, of the sons of Jeffrey, I, Lord of the Verse, we say peace.